Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
Last summer, I paid a few $1,000s to heal at a desert retreat in New Mexico. 3 days later, there was blood on the walkway sirens in the parking lot, and a single photo of a smiling man kneeling next to what he'd done. I'm not sending this story to the police. They already took my statement. They already have the reports. They already bagged the evidence. I'm sending it to you because there is one part nobody wrote down. The part that starts in the quiet moments when every little sound in the world suddenly drops to zero. You don't get to put that in an official report. You just get to live with it. If you've never been out to the New Mexico desert at night, it's hard to explain how loud it is. The wind never really stops. The AC units on the cabins wheeze on and off. Someone's always boiling coffee, slamming a screen door, dragging sandals along the wooden walkway. There is always some kind of noise, even in a place that sells itself as peaceful. That's what I believed when I checked into a little place called Desert Gate Retreats, just off a dusty road outside Santa Fe. Plant medicine, guided ceremonies, carefully controlled doses. All the buzzwords stacked on a clean website that made me feel like I was buying a spa weekend for my soul. By the end of the third night, it looked more like a crime scene than a healing center. A woman was on the ground. A man I'd shared a room with was on his knees under the yellow porch light, and somewhere above us, a security camera caught an image I can't get out of my head. In that frame, he's not screaming, not crying, not even looking at the person he hurt. He's smiling. And if you look closely at that photo, the one they showed me in the hospital, it feels like he's not smiling at the police or at the staff or even at the camera. It feels like he's smiling at whatever finally stepped close enough in the silence for him to see. Chapter 1. The email I wouldn't send to the police. 1-on-1. Why I am writing this to a horror channel, I'm not sending this to the police. They already have a version of my story, the one where everything has to fit into little boxes. Time of incident, time of transport, list of injuries, list of witnesses. I sat under fluorescent lights in a beige room at the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, while some deputy typed my words into a form and nodded like he'd heard it all before. That version of the story doesn't have a place for the part where the world goes completely quiet and something steps closer. I'm not sending this to a therapist either. I know exactly what they'd say. We'd talk about stress and trauma and integration, and they'd find a nice clinical phrase to wrap around what happened, so it sounds like a weather pattern, not like what it felt like, a hand around the back of my neck. So I'm sending it to you, to your channel, because your whole thing is listening to people like me. People who know what they saw and heard, and who aren't asking you to fix them, just to sit there in the dark with your headphones on and not look away. My name doesn't matter. I'm 38 years old, I live in Denver, and until last summer my life could be summed up in 3 things: spreadsheets, highways, and stale break room coffee. I work in logistics. That's the fancy word for making sure trucks get where they're supposed to go. My days are a rotating slideshow of Excel sheets full of route numbers, warehouse codes, driver names. My cubicle walls are that gray fabric that always looks a little dusty no matter how often they vacuum. Above my head, the fluorescent lights buzz and flicker so much that sometimes I see the afterimage of the tubes when I close my eyes. The break room smells like burnt coffee and microwaved leftovers. The machine is one of those industrial drip things with a glass pot that never looks fully cleaned. People come in, pour black sludge into paper cups, and go back out to stare at monitors while the building's climate system sighs and rattles overhead like an old man trying to sleep. Most nights, by the time I drive home on I-25, my phone is full of notifications I haven't looked at, missed calls from my mother group, chat messages from coworkers complaining about management app notifications, telling me I need to drink more water, walk more steps, breathe deeper. I don't remember exactly when the insomnia started. It wasn't dramatic. There wasn't a single night where I sat bolt upright in bed, drenched in sweat. It just pushed in from the edges, one late night at a time. At first, I'd stay up scrolling on my phone in bed, telling myself I deserved to wind down. Then it was CNN on mute while I refreshed email at midnight. Then it was lying in the dark, staring at the red digits on my alarm clock, marching toward morning while the fridge hummed and clicked in the kitchen. When you go long enough without real sleep, you don't see monsters in the closet. You see spreadsheets on the inside of your eyelids, shipment numbers, delivery windows, returns. You start thinking in columns and rows, even when you're brushing your teeth. One night around 2 a.m, I was the last one in the office. The cleaners had already come through. The only sound was the low whine of the HVAC and the occasional clunk from the elevator shaft. My coworker Dan, 2 cubes over sports guy, always talking about biohacking, had left a sticky note on my monitor earlier. "You should try a retreat, man. My cousin did one in Arizona. Plant medicine, deep reset. He says it rewired his brain." I crumpled the note at the time, but that night, with my eyes burning from staring at my screen, the words deep reset wouldn't leave my head. So I did what every tired idiot does at 2 a.m. when they should be sleeping. I opened a new tab and typed New Mexico Plant Medicine Retreat. There are more of them than you think. All the websites look the same: soft colors, lots of white space pictures of white people in loose linen, sitting cross-legged on woven blankets, eyes closed like they're about to float off into the sky. Smiling couples holding ceramic cups with steam rising in artistic curls. Sunsets over scrubby hills, the sky purple and orange like a bruised peach. One site caught my eye because it didn't look quite as slick as the others. The logo at the top was simple Desert Gate Retreats in a plain serif font. The background was a pale beige. The photos looked more real, less Instagram, more like somebody's honest attempts with a mid-range camera. People meditating in a circle on dusty ground, a fire pit in the middle. A woman in a sweater standing on a wooden walkway, the desert spread out behind her like a gray-green sea. A close-up of a ceramic cup between 2 hands, dark tea inside steam, curling up in front of a blurred horizon. They had names for everything: medicine nights, integration mornings, soul recalibration. I scrolled down the blue light of my laptop, washing my hands, my face, my apartment wall. In the next room, my fridge's compressor kicked on with a shudder. Through the thin wall, I could hear my downstairs neighbor's TV laugh track, the canned laughter coming in waves every 20 seconds, like they were on a timer. There was a section on safety and guidelines. I remember that part clearly, because at the time I skimmed it and thought, oh good, they're responsible. No phones during ceremonies, no alcohol, no other substances before or during your stay. All medicine administered only in the presence of a trained facilitator. And then a sentence in bold, under no circumstances should participants consume the brew alone outside of a scheduled ceremony. I read it, nodded to no one, and kept scrolling. At 2 a.m, every warning looks like something that applies to other people. There was a FAQ about what if I get scared, and what if I see disturbing images. They had gentle, well-worded answers. You will always be supported. We will never leave you alone in the experience. The pricing made my stomach drop thousands of dollars for 3 nights in the desert. But then I mentally compared it to what I'd spent on takeout streaming subscriptions and useless gadgets over the past year, and told myself maybe buying myself a new brain isn't the worst investment. I booked it. I put my card number into the little boxes, heard my upstairs neighbor's shower pipes howl above me, and clicked confirm reservation while my fridge cycled off with a final little pop. A month later, I was standing in the rental car line at Denver International Airport under those high white ceilings that make everybody look small. The speakers overhead were playing some old pop song from the 90s, tinny and echoing. A kid in front of me was crying because his tablet died. A guy behind me was on Bluetooth yelling about a missed connection in Dallas. When it was my turn, I signed for a silver Corolla that smelled like the last 5 people who'd rented it had all lived on fast food and air freshener. I loaded my duffel in, typed the retreat's address into my phone, and pulled out of the garage into Colorado sunlight so bright it made my eyes water. The drive south on I-25 is almost comforting when you've done it enough times. Franchise signs, billboards, exit numbers ticking down. Gas stations that all sell the same sad hot dogs and the same lottery tickets. I stopped once at a place near Pueblo. The neon sign buzzing ice, beer, lotto flickered in the hot afternoon light. Inside, the coolers growled and clicked as they struggled to keep up. The cashier's small TV behind the counter played a daytime talk show where the audience laughed too loudly at things that weren't funny. I remember standing in the chips aisle holding a bottle of water and thinking, in 3 days, this is all going to feel different. I'm going to come back a new person. I got back in the car and kept driving. The late-night country radio stations bled into each other as we crossed invisible lines on the map, a signal from Colorado fading a stronger one from New Mexico, taking over with a different DJ but the same songs. By the time I hit the outskirts of Santa Fe, the sun was low and the sky was turning that pale, washed-out blue that means you don't have as much daylight as you think you do. I turned off I-25 onto US 285, then off that onto a smaller road the GPS didn't bother to name. The pavement ended and the tires hit dirt, kicking up a tail of dust in the rear view. There were no streetlights, just my headlights cutting through the gray, catching scrubby bushes and the occasional fence post that appeared suddenly and slid away into the dark. At some point, the radio host said something about 10 more in a row, and I reached out and clicked it off. The effect was immediate and shocking. 1 second, there was twangy guitar and the soft hiss of the speakers. The next, there was just the engine, just the low, steady rumble under my feet, and the occasional rattle from somewhere in the dashboard when I hit a pothole. Out there with no other cars in sight, no signs, no buildings, no background city, noise bleeding in the inside of the Corolla felt like a capsule drifting through a vacuum. The only sounds were the hum of the tires over packed dirt and my own breath in my nose. You think you know what silence is if you've ever turned your TV off or put in earplugs. You don't. Silence is not the absence of sound. It's the moment you finally notice how many little noises were keeping you company, and how wrong it feels when they all go missing at once. People assume whatever broke me started in that desert ceremony with the tea and the chanting and the dim lights. I don't think that's true anymore. I think it started right there on that empty road outside Santa Fe, when I realized for the first time how easy it is for the world to forget to make any noise at all. 1, 2, enter quietly. The dirt road narrowed, then bent around a low rise, and just when I was starting to wonder if the GPS had finally given up, I saw it. A hand-painted wooden sign leaning a little to one side appeared in my headlights, like something from an old photograph. The board was weathered to a soft gray, the letters painted in a careful, steady hand. Desert Gate. Enter quietly. There was an arrow underneath pointing left. I turned the wheel, and the Corolla's tires slid from packed dirt onto loose gravel. The crunch under the tires was loud after so much empty road. I rolled down the last 10 yards at a crawl, the headlights sweeping over a flat, open lot. Somebody had once painted white lines to mark parking spots, but the sun had eaten half of them. I counted maybe 6 other vehicles, a dusty Subaru, a white Tacoma with a cracked taillight, an older minivan with one hubcap missing a couple of anonymous SUVs. I shifted into park and killed the engine. The silence that fell wasn't like the silence on the road. Here there were layers. The heat hit me first when I opened the door, a dry slap that smelled like dust and something green and sharp, sage maybe burned into the air. My shoes crunched on gravel as I stepped out, the sound, small and weirdly intimate in the open space. Somewhere far away, so far, it might have been in another life. I could hear the faintest smear of highway noise, a low, constant thread of motion that didn't quite reach this place. Ahead of me, beyond the lot, the retreat spread out in a shallow crescent. A row of one-story bungalows curved along the edge of a packed dirt courtyard, their brown metal roofs catching the last light. Each had a narrow wooden walkway running along the front, a simple railing and a short set of steps down to the yard. The walls were stucco, the color of dried bone. A couple of the windows glowed faintly, yellow shades drawn. To the right, slightly set back from the line of bungalows, was the main hall. It was bigger, with wide sliding glass doors framed in dark wood. Somebody had strung a line of small round bulbs along the eaves, the kind you see on restaurant patios, and they were already on, throwing soft circles of light onto the porch. 2 rocking chairs sat side by side out front, paint peeling off their arms. Behind the main hall, flush against its outer wall, a cheap AC unit wheezed and hummed the fan inside, vibrating just enough to make a metallic rattle under the drone. Above it, hanging from a crooked hook, was a wind chime made of thin metal tubes. They turned lazily in the faint breeze, tapping against each other with a light, irregular clinking sound. Never quite a melody, never quite random. Through the glass doors, I could see the faint red glow of an exit sign. In the back of the room, a little rectangle of color floating above shadow, humming softly in that high electrical way that you only notice when you're tired. For a place that marketed itself as peaceful desert gate was not quiet. It was full of small noises. The longer I stood there between the car and the buildings, the more I noticed the insect buzz in the dark scrub, the rustle of dry plants along the fence when the wind shifted a door, shutting somewhere along the crescent with a hollow thump. "Hey there." The voice startled me more than it should have. I turned. A woman was walking toward me from the direction of the main hall, sandals whispering on the packed earth. She was in her 40s maybe, with dark hair pulled back in a low knot and a plain beige t-shirt that matched the color of the dust. Her forearms were bare, and I could see thin black tattoos wrapped around both wrists, lines and small symbols that looked almost like an old map. "You must be our Denver guy," she said, giving me a quick, appraising smile. "I'm Elena." Her voice was calm, practiced, the kind of tone you use on nervous people and animals. "Yeah, that's me," I said, suddenly aware of the sweat at the back of my neck. "Sorry if I'm late." "You're right on time," she said. Most of the group got in earlier, but we always plan on one last arrival in the evening. People underestimate how big this state is. She gestured toward the main hall. "Come on in. We'll get you checked in and settled. You can breathe in the weirdness of your normal life later." I followed her up onto the porch. The boards creaked under our weight. One of the rocking chairs shifted slightly empty, making a tiny dry squeak. As Elena slid the glass door open, the sound of the AC unit grew louder, the low, constant drone, and the ever-so-slight rattle of its casing. Inside, the main hall smelled like sage and disinfectant. Somebody had tried to cover one smell with the other, and they had settled into an uneasy truce. The air was cooler, carrying that dusty chill of forced air that never feels quite right on your skin. There was a long wooden table set up just inside the door. On it was a small stack of clipboards, a mason jar full of pens, and a row of those cheap little battery-operated candles, their plastic flames flickering. "Paperwork first, I'm afraid," Elena said with a half shrug. "You sit with people while they vomit and sob and relive childhood trauma for long enough, and the insurance companies get very interested in what they can and can't blame you for." She handed me a clipboard. The top page was headed "Participant Agreement and Waiver" in block capitals. I've signed enough HR forms and liability releases in my life that my eyes skimmed automatically. I acknowledge that. I understand that. I release and hold harmless. There were paragraphs about nausea, psychological distress, not driving under the influence, following all staff instructions. One line was bolded just like it had been on the website, only this time it was physically under my nose. No unsupervised consumption of plant medicine. No responsibility accepted for actions taken under unsupervised influence. My pen paused on that line for half a second. The AC behind the wall shuddered, coughed, then settled back into its humming. The wind chime outside clinked twice like punctuation. "That one's not just legalese," Elena said. Her tone changed just a little. I looked up. She was watching me, eyes a shade too serious for the rest of her relaxed posture. "This isn't a party drug," she went on. "It will pull whatever you've shoved to the back of your head right out into the front row. If there isn't someone in the room who knows what they're doing, it can get messy. For you and for other people." The overhead lights were on dimmers. They flickered slightly when the AC cycled again. The exit sign's red glow seemed to get a bit brighter, or maybe that was my imagination. "I get it," I said, "because that's what you say when you do not in fact get it, but want to look like you're not an idiot." She held my gaze a second longer, like she was checking for something. Then she nodded toward the page. "Sign and date at the bottom of each sheet. Initial anywhere you see a little line. Bring the whole thing back, and we'll pretend we live in a world where paper can protect anyone from anything." Her attempt at a joke didn't quite land, but I smiled anyway and bent over the clipboard. My handwriting looked small and tight on the lines. Somewhere deeper in the building, I could hear someone laughing, a short barked sound that cut off too fast. When I handed the clipboard back, Elena flipped through quickly, checking for blank spots. Satisfied, she set it on the pile, then picked up a key on a blue plastic tag from a small bowl. "You're in Bungalow 3, she said. "Shared space. We keep phones in airplane mode and out of the main room during ceremony, but you can use them in your room tonight. Try not to doom scroll. Not great for the nervous system when we're about to kick the door open." She stepped back out onto the porch, her hand pushing the wind chime gently as we passed. The tubes clinked, the sound thin and strange in the cooling air. We walked along the wooden walkway, the boards creaking in spots. As we got closer to Bungalow 3, I could hear a faint mechanical buzz from a rattling window AC unit and the low, steady hum of a mini fridge inside working too hard. Elena opened the door with the key and held it for me. The inside of the bungalow was simple. 2 twin beds against opposite walls, sheets pulled tight, thin blankets folded at the foot. A small dresser between them. No TV, no clock on the wall. A narrow window with blinds half drawn, the light coming in, already turning from gold to gray. In the corner, a little white window AC unit chugged along its vent, rattling every few seconds like it was coughing. Beneath it, sitting on a low counter, a mini fridge hummed the vibrations, making an empty glass, on top jitter slightly in place. A vague, stale smell hung in the room. Old detergent human sweat, soaked into the mattress, covers the ghost of someone else's body spray. Home sweet home, Elena said. We try to keep it basic so people aren't distracted by screens or knickknacks or clocks. Time gets weird enough in ceremony without watching the numbers. There were already bags on one bed, a purple duffel with a yoga mat rolled and strapped to it, and a small carry-on with airline tags. That's Claire, Elena said, nodding to the luggage. She's from Austin, yoga teacher. You'll meet her at dinner. There's also a guy from Seattle, Ben, and one more from closer to home. As if on cue, the bathroom door, just a sliding panel, really opened with a soft scrape. A man stepped out, drying his hands on a worn towel. Early 40s, I guessed. Close-cropped dark hair, a few days of stubble, the kind of posture that says military even before you see the scars. He wore a faded gray hoodie and cargo pants, socks, but no shoes. On his right forearm, just below the rolled-up sleeve, a web of pale, raised scars spread from wrist to elbow, like old burns or shrapnel had chewed through and healed wrong. He looked at me, sized me up in one quick pass, then gave a small nod. "Elena," he said by way of greeting. His voice was a little rough, like he didn't use it much. "Mark, this is our Denver guy," Elena said. He made it in one piece. "Try not to scare him off in the first 10 minutes. "I'll do my best," Mark said. His mouth twitched slightly, not quite a smile. He turned to me. "You from Denver or suburb city proper?" I said. "Near downtown." He nodded like that passed some invisible test. "I'm up in Aurora, near the tech center. Traffic's a nightmare." "That's one word for it," I said. "You work down there, warehouse manager?" he said. He glanced at his scars as if he'd just remembered they were visible and tugged his sleeve down. Before that, Army. Now I just yell at pallets and pretend I know what a healthy work-life balance is. "Mark's an old hand," Elena said, leaning against the doorframe. "This isn't his first rodeo with the medicine. Third retreat," Mark said. "Oregon, Arizona, now here." His tone made it sound like he was listing storms he'd already walked through. "You get used to it." Elena's head turned a fraction at that. I saw her eyes narrow just briefly. "You don't get used to it," she said calmly, but with an edge. "You get familiar with the process. That's not the same thing. You still don't drink alone. You still don't decide for yourself that you know better than the people watching your back." Mark's face didn't change much, but something in his jaw tensed. "Sure," he said. "Of course." The AC unit rattled again, louder this time, then settled. The mini fridge kicked on, humming a little harder, the glass on top buzzing in place. For half a second, I imagined all the little machines in the place working together to drown out the silence Elena kept warning us about. I put my bag down on the empty bed and sat on the edge. The mattress springs creaked under my weight, a thin, tired sound. I didn't know it then, but Elena and Mark had just given me the two rules that mattered most in the span of a minute. Never drink alone. You get used to it. One of those sentences would turn out to be the last true thing anyone said to me at Desert Gate. 1.3. The first ceremony and the first impossible silence. They called it Night 1, opening the gate. By the time Elena came knocking on our bungalow door, the light outside had gone from gray to full dark. The little bulbs strung along the walkway threw soft yellow circles onto the boards, and moths were already battering themselves against them in slow, clumsy arcs. Inside the window, AC was doing its best, rattling and wheezing, blowing lukewarm air that smelled faintly like the last 20 people who had slept in that room. "Ceremony starts in 15, Elena said from the doorway. "Light clothes, no heavy jewelry, no cologne. Bring your water bottles. Leave your expectations in here." Claire from Austin laughed politely at that. Ben from Seattle gave a small, tight nod. Mark just pulled the hood of his sweatshirt up and stood his face briefly passing through the yellow light from the walkway before disappearing back into shadow. We walked to the main hall together in a loose cluster. The night air felt cooler than the afternoon, but still dry, brushing against my skin like fine sand. The wind chime by the hall door was busier now, sending thin metallic notes skittering across the courtyard every time the breeze shifted. Inside the main hall was no longer a check-in area. They had transformed it. The overhead lights were dimmed down to a soft amber glow, and a ring of thin foam mats had been laid out in a wide circle in the middle of the floor. On each mat sat a neatly folded blanket, a plastic bucket with a rolled towel inside it, and a bottle of water with a strip of masking tape bearing a guest's name. Little LED candles flickered in the gaps between mats. The air was thicker here, humid with breath and sage smoke. The cheap AC in the wall at the back labored along its low hum, a constant backdrop that never quite faded. In one corner on a wooden stool sat a small Bluetooth speaker. From it came a slow, steady pulse of drum beats, soft, but with enough bass that I could feel it as a faint thump in my chest. Every so often, a guitar note slid in like a sigh, or a thin flute line floated above the drums and drifted away. People were already on their mats, shifting, whispering, clearing their throats. The sound of fabric moving over foam, of water bottles being unscrewed and set down, of bare feet, padding over the wooden floor to the bathroom and back, all layered over the music and the AC. Elena stood near a low table against one wall. On it were a few small clay cups and a black metal pitcher that caught the amber light and muted it. She had changed into a looser shirt and bare feet. One of the other staff, a younger woman with a nose ring and a long braid, hovered nearby, arranging something in a small bowl, salt maybe, or herbs. We found our names on the tape strips and took our places. I sat cross-legged on my mat, my bottle to my right, my bucket to my left. Mark was 2 mats over. From this angle, I could see only his profile, the shadow of his hood obscuring most of his expression. Elena walked to the center of the circle. The drums slowed, then faded until there was only the AC hum and the faint buzz of the exit sign at the back. She talked for a while about intentions, about breathing, about surrendering to the experience. It was the kind of language you can tune out if you've watched enough wellness videos. The only part that stuck was when she said in a different tone, "If at any point you feel like you're completely losing it, I want you to remember 3 things. You drank something, you are in this room, and we are here. The medicine doesn't show you anything you didn't already carry. It just takes away your ability to look away." Then she picked up the black pitcher. As she moved around the inside of the circle, the metal caught the light, throwing little dull highlights onto the blankets and buckets. She poured a small amount of the dark liquid into each clay cup. When she got to me, the smell reached my nose before the cup reached my hands. Burnt coffee, wet soil, and something metallic like the air in a subway station, or the way pennies taste if you hold them in your mouth too long. It curled up from the cup in a slow, invisible ribbon, and my stomach tightened in anticipation. "Breathe through the taste," Elena said softly, "just for me. Your body will want to push it away. Let it in anyway." I lifted the cup. The ceramic was warm against my fingers. The first sip was worse than anything I had imagined. It was thick and bitter, like someone had taken the forest floor after a rainstorm, scraped it into a blender with cigarette ash, and boiled it. It clung to my tongue and the back of my throat, leaving a film that water only smeared around, never fully washed away. If coffee is how we bribe ourselves into starting our day, this felt like a bribe to something else entirely. Across the circle, I saw Mark lift his own cup, tilt it back, and drain it in one smooth motion. After he swallowed, he lowered the empty cup to his knee, then flicked his wrist just slightly. A single dark drop fell from the rim to the floor, spattering on the wood between his mat and the center of the circle. His lips moved, forming a few words I couldn't catch. Thanks to the plant. Thanks to the land. Thanks to whatever he thought was listening. The drums started up again slowly, a low heartbeat pulse. Time got strange after that. At first, nothing happened. I lay back on my mat, pulled the blanket over my legs, and tried to focus on my breathing, like Elena had instructed, in through the nose, out through the mouth. The AC hummed. Someone to my left sniffled. A water bottle rolled a few inches and stopped. Then the floor seemed to tilt just a fraction, as if the building had decided to lean into the wind. My thoughts did the thing they always do when I'm nervous. They went back to work. I saw a spreadsheet in my mind's eye, rows of route numbers and delivery windows stacked from top to bottom. Then the cells started to warp, stretching at the edges like melted plastic, and the numbers slid off their lines and fell into a dark gap between columns. The scene changed. I was in my childhood kitchen in Ohio, the place I haven't lived in since I was 18. The yellow linoleum floor, the wooden cabinets with their chrome handles, the hum of the old fridge that used to leak a little rust-colored water onto the floor. My mother was pulling a frozen pizza out of the oven, the box crumpled on the counter. The TV on the counter was playing some 90s game show, studio lights flashing off the contestants' teeth as they laughed too hard. I could hear every sound in ridiculous detail. The scrape of the metal pan on the oven rack, the crackle of the cheese as it bubbled, the too loud laughter from the TV. Then those sounds started to fade one at a time. First, the TV laughter flattening into a dull murmur, then the ovens ticking, then the fridge hum sliding away like somebody turning a dimmer. Underneath all of it, the drums from the main hall became louder, thicker, flowing into the memory, like someone was pouring them over the scene. I opened my eyes. The ceiling of the main hall was swaying very gently, like I was looking at it through heat waves rising off pavement. The string of lights along the wall stretched longer than it should have, each bulb leaving a little trail behind it when I moved my head. The exit sign in the back pulsed red, then settled, then pulsed again. The sound in the room had changed. The low drum beat felt like it was coming from inside my chest now. I could hear people breathing short, shallow gasps, long, shuddering exhales. Every swallow, every rustle of fabric on foam, every shift of weight sounded magnified, as if a microphone had been placed next to each tiny movement. The AC hum, instead of being a background drone, had turned into a single long note, a rope of sound hanging in the air, stretched from one corner of the room to the other. I had the strange sense that if I reached up, I could grab it and pull. Somewhere to my right, someone started crying in soft, hiccuping sobs. I turned my head and saw Mark. He was not lying down like most of us. He was propped up on his elbows, almost sitting, his hood fallen back. His eyes were open and fixed on the far wall, the one with the stacked folding chairs and the rattling AC. His chest rose and fell in quick, shallow breaths, but he didn't seem to notice. His gaze didn't move when the drums faded and a slow, singing guitar line slid in. He didn't blink when Elena moved quietly around the circle to check on people pausing to lay a hand on someone's shoulder here and there. The trip didn't go dark for me that night. There were no demons, no tunnels, no bottomless pits. Just a weird collage of office scenes and old family memories, and the feeling that the room was stretching a little too far in every direction. Eventually, the music softened. The drums went away altogether. The fluorescent lights overhead brightened a notch enough that I could see people pushing themselves up, rubbing their faces, reaching for water bottles. The AC unit hummed on, sounding ordinary again. Elena came back to the center of the room, and knelt, speaking softly about grounding, about taking our time getting up. People started to whisper to each other, some laughing in relieved little bursts. I pushed myself upright. My limbs felt like they'd been filled with warm sand. I looked over at Mark. He was still staring at the same spot on the far wall. "You okay?" I asked. My voice came out hoarse. He blinked then once like he'd forgotten how. His eyes dragged away from the wall with an effort and focused on me. "There's something tall behind us," he said. His voice was flat, matter-of-fact. Not in the circle. Along the wall, it never laid down. A little chill ran from the base of my skull down my spine. What I said. He nodded toward the back of the room, toward the clunky white AC unit jutting from the wall and the stack of folded gray metal chairs next to it. "By the vent," he said. It stood there the whole time, head almost at the ceiling. Watching, I followed his gaze. The AC hummed. One of the metal chairs creaked as it settled. Nobody was standing there. "Probably just the medicine," I said, trying to sound light. "Just your brain playing shadow puppets." "Maybe," he said, but he didn't sound convinced. We shuffled back to the bungalows in the drifting group, the night wind cooler now smelling of dust and sage and something faintly animal. In our room, the three of us moved around each other in slow motion, changing into t-shirts, brushing teeth over the tiny sink, taking turns with the bathroom. The window AC rattled and sighed. The mini fridge in the corner cycled on and off with a dull thump each time. Eventually, the others climbed into their beds. Claire's phone screen glowed under her blanket for a few seconds before she turned it face down. Ben's breathing settled into a soft, wet snore almost immediately. Mark lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, his hands folded over his chest, like a corpse in a movie. I lay on my side, facing the wall. The ceiling felt lower than it had earlier, like the room had shrunk half an inch in every direction. My eyes traced the faint cracks in the paint. The AC rattled, coughed, and kept going. The fridge hummed, then clicked off. Somewhere outside, a car passed on the highway, the sound arriving here as a soft, distant whoosh. I don't know how long I lay there before it happened. 5 minutes, half an hour. Time had turned slippery. One moment the room was full of small, ordinary sounds, and the next, everything stopped. The AC kicked off mid-rattle, the fan blades freezing in place with a tiny dying squeak. The fridge's low hum cut mid-cycle, no fading, just gone. The distant highway vanished as completely as if someone had rolled miles of asphalt up like a rug and carried it away. Even Ben's sloppy snore in the bed across the room stopped in the middle of a congested inhale. For 1, maybe 2 seconds, there was nothing. Not quiet, not almost quiet. A mechanical hush, absolute and total, fell over the room, like someone had hit a global mute button. In that pocket of non-sound, the only thing I could hear was the blood in my own ears pounding. I heard the small, sticky click of my throat as I swallowed. I heard my tongue move against the roof of my mouth. I didn't breathe. I couldn't. It felt like the air had become too thick or too thin or both at once. Then just as suddenly the world slammed back into place. The AC unit came to life with a clank, the fan blades stuttering, then spinning. The fridge compressor barked and hummed. Outside, a truck roared by on the highway, the sound swelling up and fading away. Ben snorted, coughed twice, and rolled over his bed springs, complaining. My lungs unlocked. I let out a long breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling. I couldn't see, listening to all the little noises rush back in and fill the room like water pouring into a drained pool. I told myself it was nothing, a trick of the ears, normal fluctuations in power, the house settling. Any explanation would do as long as it didn't involve acknowledging the one thing that felt true. It hadn't felt like the absence of sound. It had felt like something had pressed its face against the glass of the world and blocked all the noise out just so it could peek in. 2.1. Morning after dust, coffee, and things best not remembered. I woke up to the smell of coffee and the feeling that my head had been stuffed with cotton and sand. For a second, I didn't know where I was. The ceiling above me was too low, too flat, the paint a different shade of off-white than my apartment. The window AC was still working through its death rattle in the corner, blowing tepid air across the room, and strips of pale light slid in through the blinds, carving the space into faded bands. Dust motes floated in the beams like slow, lazy snow. Then the rest of it came back. The drive, the main hall, the drums, the taste of the brew. Mark's voice saying there was something tall that never laid down. The memory of the world dropping into absolute silence while I lay here too scared to move. The smell of coffee drifted under the bungalow door in a warm wave cutting through the layered odors of old detergent and human sleep. Underneath it, I could hear clatter and voices from the communal kitchen plates, bumping cutlery, scraping someone laughing louder than necessary. Claire's bed across the room was empty sheets tugged back a chunk of hair tie left on the pillow. Ben was gone too. His duffel was half unzipped, a fresh shirt missing from the top layer. Only Mark was still there, sitting upright on his bed, with his back to the wall, bare feet on the floor. His hoodie was bunched up around his shoulders, and he was staring at the space between his knees like something extremely interesting might appear there any second. "Morning," I said. My voice felt dry and used. He blinked, looked over like he'd forgotten I existed. "Yeah. How'd you sleep?" He shrugged, a small lift of one shoulder. "Better than some. Worse than others." There was a pause. The AC unit shuddered and coughed, then found a steady hum again. "Did you notice anything weird?" I tried to make it sound casual. "In here. After." He held my gaze for a moment, eyes flat. "Define weird." "I don't know," I said. "Like everything going quiet all at once. Like somebody hit pause on the world." He looked away first, down at his feet. "Yeah," he said. "You'll get that sometimes." Sometimes he reached for his shoes, jammed his feet into them. It's just your nervous system starting to freak out about how much is going on. It taps out for a second, like a breaker flipping. Nothing mystical. Just biology having a bad day. He said it like he believed it. The fact that he wouldn't look at me while he did made me think he didn't. "Breakfast," he added, standing. "They get offended if you don't show up for the integration talk." The dining room was attached to the kitchen in a big open rectangle of space, long wooden tables, mismatched chairs, cabinets, painted the same tired beige as everything else. The air was thick with the smell of coffee and scrambled eggs and whatever strong soap they used on the dishes. Sound hit me in layers as soon as we walked in. The clatter of plates being stacked. The squeak of chair legs on the floor. The coffee machine in the corner wheezing and dripping, making that hissing sound like it was boiling something alive. Somewhere a woman laughed way too loud at something that wasn't that funny. The noise bouncing off the walls and coming back thinner and sharper. We got in line. A staff member with a man bun and a Desert Gate t-shirt scraped eggs from a metal pan onto plates, the spatula clanging against the sides. Toast popped up from an aging toaster with scorched chrome sending the smell of burnt crumbs into the air. People moved with that morning after ceremony stiffness, like their bones had been rearranged, and they hadn't quite figured out the new layout. We took our plates, filled our mugs with coffee that tasted slightly better than the office sludge but still had that bitter metallic edge. Then we sat. Claire was at our table, eyes red-rimmed but bright, talking to a woman with long gray hair about finally seeing how her father's anger wasn't her fault. The middle-aged guy next to them, Mike from Ohio, was nodding a long palm wrapped around his mug, telling anyone who would listen that he felt lighter after forgiving his ex-wife in a vision. They all had stories, beautiful, messy, cinematic stories, childhoods replayed in high definition, dead relatives stepping out of the dark to hug them, colors they'd never seen before, feelings they didn't have names for. When it was my turn to share, Elena's eyes landed on me from the head of the table, soft but expectant. "How was your night?" she asked, voice carrying just enough to pull the other conversations quieter. "I saw some old stuff," I said. "Office, home, my mom making frozen pizza. Nothing cosmic. Just my usual brain, but louder." It sounded stupid as soon as I said it. "That's still important," Elena said. "We don't always need fireworks. Sometimes the first night just shows you what your mind is made of when you stop drowning it in notifications." People nodded. Someone murmured, "Yeah," under their breath. I didn't mention the moment when the noise cut out like somebody had unplugged reality, or the way my own swallow had sounded like a gunshot in that dead air. I didn't mention Mark's comment about something tall along the wall. These people were talking about heart-opening and forgiveness. I wasn't about to bring up the fact that my first real takeaway was that the world could forget to make sound. When breakfast dissolved into clusters of smaller conversations, I took my plate and mug to the plastic tub by the sink, letting the warm water and clink of dishes swallow them up. On my way back to the tables, I felt more than saw Elena step into my path. "Walk with me for a second," she said. We went to the side of the room where the thermostat was mounted on the wall, a little white box with a faded logo, the kind you see in motel hallways. The AC in the dining area turned on with a dull thump that made the window glass shiver slightly in its frame. "How's your body?" she asked. "Any nausea, headache?" "You look a little pale." "I'm fine," I said automatically. Then, because something in her expression made lying feel stupid, I added, "Last night after we came back, I was lying in bed and it felt like everything went silent at once. Like the AC, the fridge, the highway, all of it just cut off. Not faded, just gone. For a second, maybe two." Her reaction was quick, but not quick enough for me to miss. A tiny flick of her eyes toward the ceiling, then toward the thermostat. Her jaw tightened for half a heartbeat and then smoothed out. "Sometimes your senses get weird after ceremony," she said. Her tone had that practiced calm again. "Your brain's filter is blown wide open. It's like turning off the fan in a room and suddenly realizing how loud the fan actually was. You might notice gaps you didn't notice before. Drink water. Eat. Stay grounded in your body today. It helps." As she talked, she reached up and tapped the thermostat with her knuckle like she was making sure it was really there. Her eyes flicked to the little digital display, then away, then back again, as if she wasn't entirely satisfied with what it was telling her. "Has anyone else ever mentioned that?" I asked. She smiled, but there was too much tension in it. "People mention a lot of things here, that's kind of the point. Don't fixate on one detail. Let it be part of the whole." "Okay, I said. She patted my shoulder once and moved away to check on someone else. As she walked, I watched her glance up at the AC vent twice more. The rest of the morning was something they called free integration, which in practice meant nobody had any scheduled activities, and we were encouraged to journal, rest, or connect with the land. My version of connecting with the land was walking. I followed a packed dirt path that started behind the bungalows and curved toward the edge of the property. The sun was higher now, but the air still carried the cool memory of the night. Small, whitish stones were half buried in the soil, crunching under my shoes. The only shade was from the occasional scraggly tree that had somehow decided this was good enough a place to live. The path ended at a fence made of white-painted boards. Up close, the paint was cracked and peeling the wood underneath splintered and dry. The boards were tall, taller than me, nailed vertically to crossbeams. Someone had tried to keep them neat, but the desert always wins in the end. Some of them leaned inward, others outward like bad teeth. Beyond the fence, there was nothing. Or more accurately, there was everything that was not Desert Gate. Scrub stretched out in all directions, low hunched bushes, tufts of brown grass, patches of bare earth. Yucca plants stood like sentries, their long blades of leaves pointing in every direction. In the far distance, I could see a faint line of power poles marching toward a horizon that shimmered in the beginning heat. No houses, no cars, no other buildings. Just open land and sky. Standing there with my hands on the top board, I could still hear the retreat behind me, the murmur of voices from the kitchen, the clatter of someone dropping a pan, the AC units thumping on and off, the high ping of the wind chime by the main hall when the breeze caught it just right. On my way out, I'd passed a small building off to the side of the path. It was lower than the bungalows made of cement blocks, painted the same tired beige with a slightly sloped roof. A wooden door sat in the front, a chunky metal padlock hanging from the latch, but not actually clicked shut. There was a small square window high on one wall, so dusty that whatever was inside was just a darker rectangle within the glass. A hand-painted sign above the door read, "Supply Room." It looked utterly ordinary. That bothered me. I turned back to the fence, resting my forearms on the top board. The wood was warm under my skin, rough with peeling paint. I closed my eyes for a second just to feel the sun on my face, the breeze on my neck, the sounds of the retreat behind me. The sounds stopped. Not all at once this time. More like somebody rolled them up one by one. The clatter from the kitchen went first, fading mid-laugh, mid-clink. Then the AC thumps, the compressor moans blinked out. The wind chime's thin notes cut off mid-swing. Even the insect buzz in the scrub around me flattened into nothing. What was left was the sound of my own breath, going in and out, too loud in my ears. Then, from the other side of the fence, on the side that was supposed to be empty, I heard it. A soft scrape. Not an animal rustle, not the shifting of a bush. A drawn-out, deliberate sound, like something tall, dragging its fingers down the boards, from top to bottom. The vibration traveled through the wood into my arms, a faint, shivering tickle. I opened my eyes. My mouth was already dry. The scrape stopped. For half a heartbeat, the world held its breath, and then everything snapped back. The kitchen noise rushed in, someone yelling behind you as they passed with a tray, the crash of a dish landing too hard on a counter. An AC unit somewhere blew a gust of cold air, loud enough to make a vent rattle. The wind chime by the hall rang 3 fast notes as if catching up. I jerked my arms back from the fence and stared at the boards in front of me. The paint was chipped, uneven, flaking in spots. I scanned up and down, searching for fresh marks, scratches, grooves, anything. There was nothing. No streaks, no lines. No sign that anything had ever touched the wood, except my own sweaty fingerprints on the top rail and the memory of that sound running along my bones, soft and purposeful, like nails on skin. 2.2. Mark's version of last night. By mid-afternoon, the desert had that heavy-baked feeling, like the sun had been pressing on it all day and wasn't ready to let up. The sky was a flat, pale blue with no clouds to break it. There was a picnic area between the main hall and the far bungalows, 2 wooden tables under a square canvas canopy stretched between 4 poles. The canvas flapped lazily whenever the wind remembered to move, making a soft, irregular whoop sound. Insects buzzed in the dry bushes nearby, rising and falling in pitch, like somebody running a finger around the rim of a glass. That's where I found Mark. He was alone at the far table, sitting on one side with his back to the fence line, a spiral notebook open in front of him. The pen in his hand was uncapped tip, touching the page. But there was nothing written there, except 3 short, dark, horizontal lines where he dragged the ink back and forth without committing to a word. His water bottle sat to his right, half-full, condensation forming on the outside, despite the dry air. Little wet rings sweated onto the wood underneath it, spreading slowly and then drying at the edges. From where I stood, I could see his eyes weren't on the paper. They were fixed on some point way past it, a 1,000-yard stare scaled down for a picnic table. "You journaling?" I asked, or just threatening the notebook? He blinked like I'd yanked him back from somewhere. The corner of his mouth lifted a fraction. "Working up to it," he said. "Sit if you want." I sat opposite him. The bench creaked under my weight. The canopy flapped again, shading us from the harshest part of the sun, but not the heat. Close up, he looked more tired than he had that morning. The shadows under his eyes were deeper, and there was a faint tremor in the fingers of the hand that held the pen. For a few seconds, we just listened. Somewhere behind us in the main hall, a door opened and closed. Voices carried for a moment, then smeared into the general background. The wind chime by the door chimed once, twice, then went still. "What did you see last night?" I asked. He didn't play dumb this time. He didn't ask what I meant or pretend he'd forgotten what he'd said. He just exhaled a slow, measured breath that stirred the edge of the notebook page. "You know how kids make shadow puppets on the wall," he said. "They throw their hands up in front of a flashlight and make little dogs and birds." "Yeah, that's what most of the stuff in there is like," he went on, nodding toward the main hall without looking. "Memories, fears, faces you half remember. It stretches big on the wall, because you're lying down and crying into a bucket like it's church. But underneath, it's just your hand, your own shape. You get used to telling the difference." "You said that before," I said. "You get used to it." He gave a small snort. "Yeah. Elena loves when I say that." He wiped his damp palm on his hoodie and finally shifted his gaze to meet mine. "What I saw last night," he said, "wasn't a shadow puppet. It didn't match anybody's hand." A fly landed on the table between us, rubbed its front legs together like it was eavesdropping, then buzzed off again. "Go on," I said. "In the beginning, it was the usual chaos," he said. "People whispering intentions, somebody already crying, drums too loud, AC too loud. Then things start to flow. People drop into it. Some puke, some laugh, some go dead quiet. You remember that part?" "Yeah," I said. "Hard to forget." "As you all started going under," he said, I sat up. I was trying to stay out of the deeper part this time. I didn't drink as much. He glanced down at the blank page, then back up. I looked at the wall behind the circle, the one with the AC and the chairs. At first it was just that white wall, ugly vent stack of metal. Then something filled in the space between. He lifted his hand, drawing an invisible outline in the air. Too tall to be Elena, too tall to be any of the staff. Head up near the vent, shoulders narrow, but the height was all wrong. If someone that tall had been in the room when we walked in, you'd have noticed. The air bends differently around people that size. "Maybe you were just seeing the AC as a head," I said. "Or the chairs. I've seen those chairs 3 times now." He cut in, not unkindly, but with a tired certainty. "First night last year, second night this time, and last night. They don't suddenly grow 6 feet. This was a new addition. The canopy above us snapped once in a stronger gust, then settled. Long strands of dried grass brushed against the concrete slab under the table, making a soft hiss. It was right up against the wall, Mark said, pressed there like it was trying to stay out of the light. Nobody else seemed to see it. Elena walked past it twice. She didn't flinch. People were too busy talking to their dead dads or fighting with their exes in their heads. So I watched it. My mouth felt dry again the way it had before I drank the brew. I took a sip from my own water bottle. The plastic crinkled in my hand. What did it do? I asked. Mostly nothing, he said. That was the worst part. He tapped the pen on the notebook once, 3 times, then left it still. It just stood there tall and wrong. Every time somebody started to purge or cry too hard, he hesitated, hunting for a word that fit. It leaned in. Just a little. Like it was curious. Like it was trying to hear better. When they calmed down, it straightened back up. He mimed the motion with his hand, upright, slight bend forward, upright again. It wasn't helping, he said. It wasn't comforting anyone. It was interested, if that makes sense. It did in a way I didn't like. I thought of the silence in the bungalow, the sense of something pushing its face against the glass of the world. You've seen it before, I said. He nodded. In Oregon, first retreat. Different hall, same setup. Circle buckets, blankets. They used candles instead of LEDs. I saw the same shape on the wall, only there it was by a bookshelf. I thought I was losing it. Asked about it afterwards. What did they say? That it was my trauma, he said, rolling his eyes slightly. That I was projecting a protector figure because of my background. You were deployed, Mark. Of course your mind creates tall, watchful shapes. Were they wrong? I asked. He gave me a look that landed somewhere between amused and exhausted. There was a guy there, he said, ignoring the question. From Phoenix. On the second night, he stood up in the middle of ceremony and walked straight toward the fire pit they had in the center. Giant flame, big as his chest. He walked toward it like it was a doorway only he could see. 2 of the facilitators had to tackle him before he stepped into it. I pictured that a room full of tripping people, and one man calmly walking into fire he thinks he can pass through. The smell of singed hair, burnt fabric. They blamed dosage, Mark said. They said he was sensitive, that they misjudged his weight, that he hadn't told them about his meds. Afterward, they called it a learning experience and doubled down on integration circles. You know what I remember? What he leaned forward slightly. His eyes had gone very still. That thing on the wall, he said, leaning in closer while he moved. Like it was finally seeing what it had been waiting for. The insects in the bushes hit a higher pitch, then dropped again. Sweat slid along my spine under my shirt. And Arizona, I asked. You said you went there too. He grimaced. Different story. Same themes. Someone walked into the desert in the middle of the night. They found him half a mile out the next morning, dehydrated, bleeding from his feet. Said he was following the voice of the medicine. He looked past me toward the line of bungalows. A breeze lifted the edge of the canopy, letting in a blade of harsher light that cut across the table before settling again. The facilitators always blame the same things, he said. Dosage, prior trauma, med interactions, bad integration. They have a label for every variable except the obvious one, which is that when you blow the doors off someone's mind, he said quietly, you're not the only one who notices. Something else might decide to walk through, or at least stand in the doorway and watch. His hand, still resting on the table, moved almost unconsciously. The fingers of his right hand drummed once against the wood, then slid up to tap the front pocket of his hoodie. A small hollow clink sounded under his knuckles like glass bumping against a lighter. I don't think I would have paid attention if Elena hadn't hammered that rule into us twice. No unsupervised consumption. The words floated up from the signed waiver superimposed over the lazy movement of his hand. "What's that?" I asked, nodding at his pocket. He froze for a fraction of a second. Then he shrugged the motion too casual. "Insurance," he said. "Insurance. They water this stuff down here," he said. His mouth twisted slightly, like he'd just taken another sip of the brew and tasted the edge beneath it. All the legal risk, all the supervision, all the waivers, not judging, just saying it's diet medicine. Enough to make people cry and say they forgave their dad. Not enough to see what's behind the curtain. I tried to laugh, but it came out thinner than I intended. "And you want to see behind the curtain?" He met my eyes. There was no joke in his. "I'm tired of standing in the lobby," he said. "If something's going to stand in my doorway, I want to see it too. Otherwise, it's just staring and I'm just food." Another little clink from his pocket as he shifted. "What did you bring Mark?" I asked. He was quiet for a long beat. The canopy above us flapped. A truck passed on the distant highway, its low roar arriving late. In the main hall, the AC kicked on the sound skating out through a small open window like a low growl. "Uncut brew," he said finally. "From Oregon. They make it strong there, then dilute it for ceremony. I kept a little before they mixed the rest. For emergencies." My throat tightened. Emergencies. He gave a humorless half smile. "For real work," he said. "For when you're ready to stop letting other people decide how deep you're allowed to go." He tapped his pocket again, softer this time, almost absently. "You brought it here," I said. "To this retreat, relax," he said. "I'm not about to start pouring shots in the dining room. I know the rules. I know Elena would lose her mind if she knew. It's just good to have options." The phrase hung there between us, good to have options, like a piece of meat on a hook. Behind him, through the gap between the canopy and the roof of the main hall, I could see the top of the wall where the AC vent sat inside. The metal grill glinted dully in the light. I remembered Elena's voice telling us not to drink alone. I remembered Mark's voice saying, "You get used to it." And under both of those, like a bass note I couldn't unhear, I felt the shape of something tall and patient leaning in on the edge of the circle, waiting to see which rule we broke first. 2, 3. The second ceremony and the shadow on the wall. By the time they rang the little brass bell for the second night's ceremony, the sky over Desert Gate had gone the color of a healing bruise. Purple at the top, fading to orange at the horizon, the sun already slipping behind a low ridge of scrub and stone. The wind had picked up. The same wind chime by the main hall that had sounded delicate and almost pretty the night before was louder now, metal tubes knocking against each other in sharp little bursts that cut across the courtyard, like loose change being dropped on tile. Each gust made the canvas over the picnic tables snap and billow. Dust lifted from the ground in faint sheets, brushing along the bungalows and catching in the corners of the windows. 2 staff members were lighting sage bundles by the fire pit as people drifted toward the hall. The bundles smoked thickly gray-white columns curling up into the dim air and then blowing sideways. The smell was stronger, almost harsh, as if they were trying to scrub something out of the space with smoke alone. There were fewer guests this time. Some of the group had opted out after their first ride, the yoga teacher, who'd cried through breakfast, the guy from Ohio who had forgiven his ex-wife, and decided that was enough for one weekend. They sat on the steps of their bungalows wrapped in blankets, watching the sun go down, with the hollow look of people who had seen enough of the inside of their own heads for now. Those of us who walked toward the main hall did it with a mix of eagerness and dread. You could tell who was which by how tightly they held their water bottles. Inside the hall had the same basic setup circle of mats, blankets, buckets, amber lights dimmed down low. But the energy was different. The space felt smaller, even though physically nothing had changed. The air had that warm, used quality you get in a room where people have cried and vomited and confessed things into the dark. I found my mat. My name on the tape was a little smeared now from the night before. I sat. The foam sank under me with a familiar sigh. Mark stood at the doorway, hood up, hands in his pockets. For a second, I thought he was going to join the circle. Then Elena stepped into his path. I couldn't hear what she said, but I saw the way her hand hovered just near his arm, not quite touching her head, tilted up to look at him. He shook his head once. Whatever he said back was short. He pointed vaguely toward the back wall of the hall behind the circle where the AC vent and the folded chairs lived. After a moment, Elena nodded, but I saw the hesitation in her. She said something that made his mouth twist, not quite a smile, not quite a grimace. Then she moved away to address the rest of us. Mark didn't take a mat. Instead, he walked along the perimeter and settled with his back against the wall near the AC arms folded across his chest. Legs stretched out in front of him. From where I sat, I could just see him in my peripheral vision, a dark shape at the edge of the light. Elena spoke again about intentions, about trusting the process, about how each night goes deeper. My attention drifted. The wind pawed at the walls. Somewhere, something metallic on the outside of the building creaked in time with the gusts. Then the black metal pitcher appeared again. The smell hit me even sooner this time, maybe because my body remembered it. Burnt coffee, wet earth, that metallic tang. My stomach flipped in anticipation and resistance. When the cup reached my hands, it felt heavier than it looked. The liquid inside clung to the sides as I tipped it, slow and thick. I thought for one stupid second about saying no, about passing the cup back untouched and claiming I wanted to integrate more before going again. But then the voice that had booked this retreat in the first place spoke up in my head. You paid for this. You wanted a reset. You're already here. And I swallowed. The taste hadn't improved. If anything, it was more bitter, like my tongue had become more sensitive to every awful note. It slid down my throat and hit my stomach like a stone. The drums started low and slow, the speaker in the corner thumping out a rhythm that matched the pulse in my neck. A flute whined overhead. Lights dimmed further. As the medicine came on, the room began to warp at the edges. The walls, which had seemed perfectly straight and square before now, bowed outward just slightly, as if the whole hall were breathing in and out with us. The line of LED candles around the circle stretched and squeezed their little plastic flames, leaving trails behind them when I moved my eyes. The string of lights along the wall seemed too long for the space, like someone had looped it one extra time, and the excess had nowhere real to go. The drum beats weren't just sound anymore. They were touch. Each thump fluttered in my chest, synced with my heart, until I couldn't tell which was which. My own breath sounded thick and damp inside my skull. The hum of the AC grew into a single long tone again. Not a noise, but a note. A drawn-out, unwavering line that stretched from the vent across the ceiling toward the door, a taut wire of sound. People around me began to descend. Someone to my left started laughing quietly, then louder, then choked on it and turned it into sobs. Across the circle, I heard the wet thunk of someone spitting into their bucket. The smell of sage mixed with bile and sweat, creating a sour, hot cloud. As the medicine dug deeper, the sounds in the room played tricks. At one moment, someone's ragged breathing sounded like it was right in my ear, hot and moist, as if they were curled up against me. The next moment, the same breathing sounded like it was coming from the far end of a tunnel, thin and echoing. The drums swelled to fill everything, then shrank to a faint pulse I could almost ignore. I closed my eyes, then opened them again, not trusting either state. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a wrongness, a patch of shadow on the far wall that the lights didn't quite explain. The lamps were low, the string lights glowing, the LED candles flickering out small circles of fake flame. Shadows lay where you would expect them, under the chairs, behind people's shoulders, pooling at the corners. But behind the row of mats on my side of the circle on the far wall, there was a darker column. Too narrow to be a beam, too straight to be a random smear of darkness, too tall. It stretched from the floor almost to the ceiling, slightly thicker in the middle, like the torso of a very thin person. At the top, near where the AC vent poked from the wall, there was a thicker knot of darkness that could have been a head if you squinted. The whole thing looked like a shadow cast by someone standing just out of sight of the actual light sources. Except there was no one there. Nobody was behind us. Everyone was in the circle or against the wall where I could see them. Mark was a few feet to the side of the shape, slumped with his back to the wall, arms still folded, head tipped forward like he might be dozing. The shadow didn't line up with him. I watched it, trying not to blink. My eyes burned, watered, but I couldn't look away. As people around me moaned and muttered and whispered apologies to ghosts, only they could see, the shadow stayed very still. The head area tilted down at a fractional angle, as if it was looking just over the tops of us along the circle. Then one of the guests, a guy I hadn't really spoken to, mid-30s with a shaved head and a neatly trimmed beard, started to sob. It came out of him in ugly hitching waves. His shoulders shook. His hands scrabbled at his blanket. He said something over and over between breaths. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, like a broken loop. The shadow moved. Not much, just enough that I felt my throat close. Its upper portion, where a head would be bent forward toward the man. The long column of its neck seemed to kink, angling down. It didn't step or shift. It was as if the shape had hinged itself closer, leaning in. The rest of the room kept moving at its own rhythm. Elena's assistant moved to the sobbing man kneeling by his mat, hand hovering over his shoulder in practiced reassurance. Elena herself was across the circle, murmuring to someone else. Nobody looked toward the wall. The shadow's head stayed bowed over the sobbing man, like it was interested. That was the word that came to mind. Not hungry, not angry. Interested in the way a person might lean over a book or a small animal trying to make sense of it. I realized I'd stopped hearing the drums. I thought at first that the track had ended. Then I realized I'd stopped hearing everything. All the sounds in the room, the rustle of blankets, the sniffing, the low murmurs, the AC hum, the distant rattle of the wind chime outside had fallen away under a single noise. Wet mouth sounds. That's the only way I can describe it. The subtle, amplified noises of lips moving, of a tongue shifting in a dark, damp space. The sound of someone whispering straight into a microphone with the words turned all the way down and the saliva turned all the way up. It filled the hall with a thick, slick presence. I could feel it as much as hear it, like someone breathing inside my ears. The sobbing man kept crying, his lips moving, but whatever words he was saying were gone. Everyone else's noises had flattened into the same thick, wet smear. I wanted to put my hands over my ears, but my arms felt heavy and stupid. My fingers twitched uselessly on the blanket. The shadow's head tilted a fraction more, as if it was listening closely to a particularly fascinating line. The wet sounds swelled, peaked, then the drums slammed back into existence. The room snapped into focus. Somebody's laugh exploded into the mix, high and broken. The AC unit's hum shoved its way back into my awareness, the vent clattering slightly. The wind chime outside rang like someone had hit it with a stick. The shadow was still there, but it had straightened back up the head level again, the tall column flush with the wall. I blinked hard. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't see it anymore. The patch of darkness had broken up into ordinary shadows broken by the legs of the stacked chairs and the edge of the vent. My heart was doing its own drum solo. My shirt clung to my back with cold sweat. The rest of the ceremony moved in a blur after that. People rose and fell in waves of emotion. Buckets were used. Water bottles were emptied. Songs were sung softly from the speaker and from a staff member with a decent voice. Eventually, like before, the lights brightened by a notch. The music faded to nothing. Elena spoke gentle words about grounding heart's gratitude. People sat up slowly or stayed lying down, staring at the ceiling. I pushed myself to sitting. My legs tingled with pins and needles. We made our way out in small clumps, blankets wrapped around shoulders, bare feet dragging. The night air hit my face cold. The wind had shifted again. The sage smoke from earlier was just a faint ghost in the courtyard now. As I stepped off the hall's wooden walkway onto the packed dirt, I felt eyes on me. Mark was standing a few feet to the side of the door, half in shadow hood, down now hair damp against his forehead. He'd left his spot against the back wall at some point. Our gazes met. He walked past the others and fell into step beside me as we headed toward Bungalow 3. Our sandals scuffed the ground in rhythm. "Rough one?" he asked. I began, then stopped. Saying it out loud felt like giving it extra weight. I saw something I said instead. He nodded once, like that was what he'd been waiting to hear. "Now you've heard it too," he said quietly. What?" The silence, I asked. "The way it eats the sound first," he said, "so it can lean in." He said it like he was talking about a neighbor's dog that always barked at the mailman. Annoying, familiar, predictable. Not like the thing I'd just seen bending itself toward a crying man with its head up by the AC vent and its attention laser-focused. As we walked back to the bungalow, the wind chime by the main hall rang behind us, 3 sharp notes. For a second, just 1 second, the AC units up and down the bungalow row paused together, their hums dropping out in the same breath. Then they all came back at once. And I knew with a kind of tired, hollow certainty that whatever was watching us in that hall wasn't just a trick of my brain. It was irregular. 3.1. Day 2. Normal things that do not feel normal. Day 2 was supposed to be the soft day. No heavy doses, no long nights. That is what they told us. "Let your system settle," Elena said at breakfast. "Let your body catch up with what it learned." The schedule on the whiteboard in the dining room backed her up 8 to 1 a.m. Morning movement 10 to 1 a.m. Journaling and integration circle free time. Light meditation before dinner. It looked harmless. On paper, it could have belonged to any wellness retreat promising reset and clarity. The problem was that normal things had stopped feeling normal. Morning movement was basically yoga on dusty mats behind the main hall. The instructor, a thin guy with a long ponytail and a Desert Gate shirt 2 sizes too big, had us line up in 2 rows facing the low fence that marked the edge of the property. The sun was still friendly at that hour, not yet a hammer. The ground under the mats was hard bits of gravel poking through the foam when you shifted your weight wrong. "Find your breath," he said, in that soothing, stretched-out voice all yoga teachers seem to get issued with their certifications. "Root down through your feet. Feel the earth holding you." Birds chattered somewhere in the scrub, occasional sharp calls cutting through the softer morning noise. A truck moved along the highway in the distance, its low growl rolling toward us like a dull wave. We moved through warrior poses and lunges and shaky attempts at balance. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. My center of gravity had shifted 6 inches to the left. I wobbled when I shouldn't have, and went too deep when I shouldn't have. "Don't push," the instructor said, padding barefoot between us, occasionally nudging someone's knee or shoulder. "Just notice." That was the worst part. I noticed everything. The way the mat stuck slightly to my palms when I pressed down. The way my t-shirt clung to my spine where last night's sweat had dried and then redampened. The faint chemical tang of someone's deodorant beside me. Every time we held a pose, I listened. The birds, the wind, the truck, the instructor's voice. And every now and then, for just half a breath, all of it faded. Not a full hush, not like the ones at night. More like someone turning the volume down 3/4 of the way and then snapping it back up. The birds dropped out mid-chirp. The highway hum blinked off. The instructor's words flattened into moving lips with no sound, then came back half a syllable later. If I hadn't already felt what a full mechanical hush was like, I might have written it off as my attention drifting. But my body tensed every time it happened, waiting for that deeper, total cutoff. It felt like standing on a beach and knowing some of the waves are just water and some of them are going to be taller than you are. After yoga, people trailed back to the dining room for coffee and fruit and small conversations that mostly started with, "So last night." The journaling and integration circle happened in the main hall with the lights turned up and the buckets put away. Someone had dragged a whiteboard to one side and a marker squeaked across it as Elena wrote words like "release patterns" and "old stories" in neat looping script. We sat in a loose circle of chairs instead of on mats this time. The cheap metal legs squealed on the floor whenever someone shifted. There was a cheap wall clock above the door, its plastic frame yellowing the second hand, ticking in tiny, impatient jumps. The staff had put out ceramic mugs with tea bags and instant coffee packets on a low table. Every few minutes, someone would stir sugar into a mug, the metal spoon clinking against the sides in a small, repeating chime. The whole thing looked like a group therapy session in a rented church basement. If you ignored the desert outside the windows and the faint smudge of sage on the air, you could almost imagine we were just there to talk about work, stress, and parenting. People shared their past like they were reading off confession cards. Mike from Ohio talked about growing up with a father who yelled at everyone and everything, including the television. He described a vision from the first ceremony, where he'd seen himself as a kid sitting on the stairs, listening to plates smash, and how the medicine had let him hug that boy. Claire from Austin cried about an ex who'd cheated on her with a mutual friend. In the trip, she said she'd watched her heart break into pieces and then float back together. She used phrases like reclaiming my worth and calling my power back. Heads nodded. The marker squeaked as Elena wrote self-compassion on the board. The clock ticked on. When it was my turn, I stuck to the script. "I've been burned out for a long time," I said. "Work insomnia, just everything blurring together. Night 1 was mostly noise, office stuff, childhood flashes, no big revelations yet. I did not mention the shadow on the wall. I did not mention the sound being eaten alive until only that wet whisper remained. I did not mention the feeling of something pressing against the glass and peeking in." Elena smiled like she knew more than I was saying. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. "Sometimes the first thing we see is how crowded our heads already are," she said. "The medicine can't show you the door if your brain is full of filing cabinets. Let the images come. Don't judge them." The marker squeaked. Someone stirred their tea. The clock ticked. After the circle broke up, people scattered some back to their bungalows to nap, some to the picnic tables, to write in their notebooks, some to the edge of the property to stare at the fence like they were waiting for enlightenment to show up on the other side. I got cornered by Claire on the way out. She touched my arm lightly, nails neatly manicured little crescent moons of white against my skin. "Hey," she said, "you okay? You seemed tense when that guy was talking about his fire thing." "Yeah," I said. "Just tired." She studied my face for a second. The hallway light flickered overhead, making her pupils narrow and widen like they were adjusting to something I couldn't see. "Can I tell you something without you thinking I'm crazy?" she asked. I almost laughed. "Look where we are," I said. "Crazy is kind of the point." She frowned, but not at me. During the first ceremony, she said, lowering her voice, even though the hall was mostly empty when I started crying, "I thought Elena came over to me." "She did," I said. "She walked around." "No," Claire said. "I mean, before that." She chewed on her lower lip, searching for words. I was lying there, eyes closed, and I felt someone leaning over me. You know that feeling when someone stands too close, the air changes. I could feel breath on my ear, like right here. She touched the side of her neck, just below the angle of her jaw. "I thought it was Elena," she said, "or one of the assistants." I felt so relieved. Like, okay, someone's here, I'm safe. Then it got colder. The breath. It wasn't warm. It was like air from outside a freezer. The hairs on my arms rose in a slow wave. I opened my eyes, Claire went on, and Elena was across the room with the guy who was puking. No one was near me. She laughed, then quick and brittle. "I know it was just the medicine," she said, waving a hand in the air as if swatting at her own story. Probably my own nervous system freaking out. They say that happens. Old trauma, whatever. "Did you tell Elena?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "I mentioned it this morning when I grabbed tea." She said sometimes our bodies misinterpret sensations when the brain is open. She told me to put my hand on my heart and count my breaths next time. "You're never alone in there," she said. Like that was a good thing. She rolled her eyes, but there was a tremor in it. "Anyway," she said, forcing a brighter tone, "I'm sure tonight will be gentler, or at least more productive. I don't want to waste the rest of my PTO on just crying and seeing weird stuff." She squeezed my arm once and walked back toward the dining room, sandals slapping softly on the floor. I stood in the hallway for a moment, watching the spot on the tiles where her shadow had just been. The lights hummed overhead. The exit sign buzzed faintly in its red corner. In Oregon, Mark had seen something tall lean in when a man tried to walk into a fire. In our first ceremony, he'd seen it stand along the wall, never lying down. Last night, I'd seen its shadow tilt toward a sobbing man while the room's sound got swallowed down to one wet whisper. In the bungalow, everything had gone dead quiet for a second, like someone had put their hands over the speakers of the world. At the fence, something had scraped along the boards, while all the retreat noise blinked off. Now, Claire was telling me she'd felt breath on her ear where nobody was standing. Individually, these things could be chalked up to suggestion, to chemistry, to the brain's tendency to make patterns out of noise. That's what everyone here was doing. Mark turned his sightings into a theory about whatever notices open doors. Elena turned other people's anomalies into symptom lists in her head. Dissociation, sensory distortion, fear response. Claire folded a cold breath in the dark into just my nervous system, just trauma, just healing. I walked out into the courtyard, the sun hitting my face with the same indifferent heat it gave everything else. Somewhere a bird called once, and then went silent. The wind chime rang on the far side of the hall. An AC unit coughed back to life. You come to a place like Desert Gate because you want to believe that anything strange that happens to you is just part of getting better. It took until day 2 for me to realize that everyone around me was collecting small, sharp pieces of something and calmly shoving them into a box labeled healing, never checking if the edges matched. 3.2. Elena's warning and the fine print. In the afternoon, the sun got mean again. The courtyard felt like the inside of a low oven heat, trapped between the bungalows and the main hall, shimmering off the packed dirt. Most people disappeared into their rooms with wet washcloths and notebooks trying to ride out the hottest part of the day. I was hovering in the dining room, pretending to read a pamphlet about integration practices when Elena appeared in the doorway with a stack of folded blankets in her arms. "Hey, Denver," she said, shifting the pile against her chest. "You feel like earning your keep, depends how I said. I'm not signing any more forms." She snorted. "Just blankets and mats. Unless you're morally opposed to laundry." I followed her out into the glare, the air slapping my face dry. The wind had died for the moment. The only sounds were the crunch of our footsteps, a distant AC unit grinding away, and the muted chatter of 2 guests at the picnic table under the canvas canopy. We rounded the corner of the main hall and passed the path I'd taken earlier toward the fence. Just off that path was the low cement building with the supply room sign over the door. Up close, it looked even more like something from the back lot of a motel, a squat rectangle of beige cinder block, a single wooden door, and a small, dirty window that reflected more sky than anything inside. Elena shifted the blankets to one arm and fished a keyring from her pocket. The padlock hanging from the latch clicked as she slid the key in. As the lock opened, I heard a sound I hadn't noticed before, a faint electrical buzz coming from somewhere above the door. There was a fluorescent tube mounted just inside, visible through the top of the grimy window. It hummed with that high insect-like tone old lights make when they're not entirely happy about being asked to work. When Elena pushed the door open, the buzz stopped. Not just faded, it cut off clean as a snipped wire for less than a second. In that same sliver of time, my ears felt suddenly naked, as if the tiny layer of noise the buzz had been providing had been yanked away along with everything else. Then the light flickered, and the hum snapped back on, crawling along the edges of my hearing. If I hadn't already been on edge about sound, I might have ignored it. "Watch your step," Elena said, oblivious, nudging the door wider with her hip. "The floor is uneven." The air in the supply room was cooler, but only because it was darker. Concrete floor, rough and stained in places. The walls were lined with metal shelves stacked with cleaning supplies, gallon jugs of disinfectant, plastic spray bottles, half full of something, blue rolls of paper towels. On the back wall, neatly folded linens lay in tall piles, white sheets, beige blankets, like the ones we'd used in the hall. On one lower shelf, half hidden behind a box of latex gloves, were 2 big metal pitchers identical to the one they used during ceremony. Black with wide mouths and sturdy handles. Their surfaces were smudged with fingerprints and faint rings where liquid had dried and been wiped off. Elena set her stack of blankets down on an empty shelf. I followed suit with the mats she'd asked me to grab from the hall, sliding them into an open space that smelled like fabric and cleaner. The fluorescent tube overhead buzzed steadily. Every few seconds it flickered just enough to make the shadows jump. "How are you doing, really?" Elena asked. Her voice sounded louder in the small space, less airy than it did in the hall. "I'm okay," I said. "Tired." "That's normal," she said. "Your body's doing a lot even when you're just lying there." She wiped a line of sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist, leaving a faint streak of dust. "Any after effects?" she asked. "Nightmares, dizziness, feeling disconnected." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to keep my mouth shut. Another part of me wanted to get the words out before they curdled. I've been getting these. I searched for something that didn't sound like I was writing horror copy. Dropouts, I said. Hush moments. Like the sound just drops out, not fades, just cuts. Everything all at once. Her jaw tightened just barely. She looked past me at the wall for half a beat, then back at my face. Here she asked. Or just at night, both I said. In the bungalow, at the fence. During yoga a little. It's like somebody keeps brushing against a mute button. She exhaled slowly through her nose. The fluorescent light hummed overhead a brittle halo. Some people's nervous systems respond differently, she said. Especially if you come in with a lot already going on. Old stress, unprocessed trauma, sleep debt. That's me, I said. Sleep debt collector. She didn't smile. The brew can blow things open pretty wide, she went on. Most people get visuals, emotional waves. Some people get sensory distortions, sound time space. It's not unheard of. Is that supposed to make me feel better? I asked. No, she said. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a lot. That's why we don't do this in basements or backyards anymore. It's why we have staff protocols, safety plans. She stepped closer to the shelf with the pitchers and laid her hand on one fingers, resting along the curve of the metal. You never ever drink this without someone like me in the room, she said. Even if you think you're fine, even if you've done it 10 times before, especially then. In my mind, I saw Mark tapping his hoodie pocket at the picnic table. Insurance, real work. I'm not planning on sneaking shots in the bathroom, I said, trying to keep my tone light. Her gaze sharpened. I'm serious, she said. People get arrogant. They mistake familiarity for control. They think because they've held space or handled a few rough nights they can steer without supervision. That's when things go sideways. She walked past me to the little metal desk in the corner, where a stack of spare waiver forms sat under a paperweight, shaped like a smooth river stone. She grabbed one and held it up, the thin paper bending in the fluorescent light. Do you remember this part? She asked, scanning the blocks of text with her finger. I shrugged. I skimmed like everyone else. She stepped closer, close enough that I could smell sage and sweat and the faint chemical tang of cleaner on her shirt. She tapped the middle of a dense paragraph with one short, clean nail. Here, she said. Read that. The lines swam a little before settling. My eyes picked out the words, one by one, Desert Gate retreats, and its staff are not responsible for any actions, injuries, or psychological disturbances resulting from the ingestion of any substance not provided and supervised by staff on retreat premises, nor for unsupervised ingestion of provided plant medicine outside of designated ceremonial settings. The legalese wrapped itself around the idea like barbed wire, but the core of it was simple. If you decide to get cute with the brew, you're on your own. I let out a short, dry laugh that didn't sound like me. You're really leaning into the "we warned you" angle, huh? If I could, I'd tattoo it on some people's foreheads, she said. There was no humor in it. You'd be surprised how fast folks forget the fine print when they decide they're on a spiritual hero's journey. I'm not that reckless, I said. Trust me. I'm barely brave enough to take the official dose. Her shoulders relaxed a fraction. She set the waiver back on the desk, smoothing the edges. Good, she said softly. Because once you crack the door, you don't get to decide what leans in. Her choice of words landed a little too close to Mark's version for comfort. The fluorescent tube above us flickered. It wasn't the usual quick stutter. For a moment, the light dropped out entirely, leaving a thinner, yellower wash of daylight coming through the grimy window as the only illumination. In that slice of dimness, the buzz stopped. Not just the light's hum, everything. The distant clunk of dishes from the kitchen, the murmur of voices from the courtyard, the faint whoosh of the ever-present highway. Even the tiny sound of Elena's fingers still resting on the edge of the desk, her nail tapping the paperweight, flattened into nothing. It was like someone had taken a dome and dropped it over my head, cutting off every external sound in a perfect, smooth curve. I heard my own inhale like a gasp in a tiled bathroom, heard my heartbeat thud once against my ribs. Then the light snapped back on with a faint pop. The buzz scrambled back into my ears, and the world rushed in to fill the space it had briefly abandoned. The kitchen clattered. Someone laughed outside, an AC unit somewhere coughed and roared. Elena didn't even flinch. She was still talking mid-sentence as if nothing had happened. And if you feel like your senses are getting too loose, you come find me or Matteo or Danny. You don't try to muscle through it alone. That's how people scare themselves worse than the medicine ever could. Her words continued seamlessly, no gap, where my version of the universe had just stuttered. Did you feel that I asked? Feel what she said? The light, I said. The sound. It all cut for a second. She frowned up at the tube. It buzzed obediently, casting its flat glow over shelves and pictures and her face. Old building, she said. Power fluctuates sometimes. Out here, we're basically on one long extension cord. She smiled, but her eyes had that scanning look again, like she was checking an invisible checklist I couldn't see. Seriously, she added. If it gets worse, if you start losing time or not being able to tell what's real, you come to me. We can adjust your dose tonight. Or skip entirely. There's no prize for toughest trip. I nodded. My palms felt damp. For the first time since I got to Desert Gate, I had the unsettling sense that whatever was happening with the sound wasn't a shared environmental glitch. It wasn't the building. It wasn't the grid. It was happening around me, or to me, or through me. And standing in a room full of cleaning chemicals and black metal pictures, with the fine print still echoing in my head, I realized something I hadn't wanted to consider. If the hush kept choosing me, it didn't matter how many times I signed my name on their forms. There were rules here I'd agreed to on paper, and there were other rules, older ones, that I was already breaking just by listening. 3-3, refusing the circle, choosing the bottle. By the third evening, Desert Gate felt frayed at the edges. The sky was a harsher color as the sun went down, a flat, bruised orange that made the bungalows look like cardboard cutouts. The wind had teeth now. Little grains of sand and grit stung any exposed skin, getting into the corners of your eyes and the seams of your clothes. The fire pit in the courtyard, which had been a centerpiece the first night, sat cold and unused. One of the staff, Matteo, stood near it with a lighter and a bundle of wood for a while, then gave up when a gust almost knocked the stack out of his hands. The wind chime by the main hall was manic metal tubes clashing over and over in a shrill, jittery rattle. Inside the hall, the AC fought back against the heat. Its hum was louder, more aggressive, the vent rattling in a way that sounded like it was protesting the work. The air had that heavy, over-conditioned feel of a chain hotel lobby in summer, too cold in pockets, too warm in others. People drifted toward the entrance in 2s and 3s, but there were more empty patches of courtyard than there had been the night before. You could see it in faces, red-rimmed eyes, slack shoulders, that hollow, used-up look. The whiteboard in the dining room still said Night 3 deepening, but half the group clearly wanted Night 3 Netflix and going home. I found Mark leaning against the side of Bungalow 3, half in shadow, hood up despite the heat. He had his hands in the kangaroo pocket of his hoodie shoulders, hunched like he was holding something close to his chest. "You heading in?" I asked. He shook his head, slow. "Nope." "Skipping graduating," he said, mouth twisting. The official circle is safe doses for tourists. I've done my time in the kiddie pool. I glanced toward the hall. Through the glass doors, I could see Elena moving mats with one of the assistants, her gestures efficient and practiced. The black metal pitcher wasn't out yet, but I knew it would be soon. "You heard what she said," I told him. "About not drinking alone. About not." He cut me off with a snort. "Elena's great at holding hands," he said. "But Elena doesn't know what Iraq did to my head." The way he said Iraq shifted the air between us. He'd mentioned the army before, but never specifics. "Roadside bombs," he said, looking past me at the dark line of the fence. "They call them IEDs in the briefings, like the letters make them less personal. The first one you live through, you think, okay, that's my big scare. I got mine. The third one, the fifth one, you stop counting. You start noticing other patterns instead." "Like what?" "Like that feeling right before something happens," he said. "When the street gets too quiet, or the kids disappear from the alley, or the dogs stop barking, you learn to listen for what isn't there." I brought that home with me. VA doesn't have a pill for it. The wind gusted around the corner of the bungalow, flinging sand at our ankles. Somewhere a screen door slammed and bounced on its hinges. When I came back, he continued, "It didn't matter if I was in Aurora or in the middle of some mountain town. I'd be standing in a grocery store, and suddenly all the background noise would drop out. Just for a second, and I'd know something was about to hit. Only it never did. Just my brain stuck in alert mode." He glanced at the main hall where the first guests were filing in, moving slower than on night one. "The brew helped at first," he said. "In Oregon, in Arizona. It made the old patterns visible, gave them names. But it also did something else. It made that quiet, sharper, more specific, less random." "How is that a good thing?" I asked. "It's not," he said, "but it's honest. Out there, I didn't get to choose when the blast came. In here, I get to pick my spot." He shifted his weight, and I heard the faint clink from his hoodie pocket again. "So your plan is what I asked. Skip the supervised dose and go chug in a closet." "Not chug," he said. "Sip. Carefully, with intention. Somewhere without cameras." The phrase lodged in my gut like a cold stone. "They have cameras?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. "Hall, dining room, parking lot," he said. "Liability. They say it's for our safety." He shrugged. "I'm not judging. Just saying. If something happens in the circle, they have footage for the investigation. If something happens somewhere else." He paused, letting the thought finish itself. "That's exactly what she was talking about," I said. "The waiver, the fine print. They're not responsible if they're not responsible either way," he said. "They just like it better when what happens fits in their boxes. PTSD, bad trip, pre-existing condition." He pushed off the wall and straightened. "You go to the circle," he said. "If you want, stay on the clean side of the story. I'll do my own work later. Mark." He clapped me lightly on the shoulder. "Relax, Denver," he said. "If it makes you feel better, think of me as your control group." He walked away toward the shadowed side of the property, hands still in his hoodie pocket. The wind tugged at the hem of his sweatshirt, making it flick like a small dark flag. I stood there for a long second, watching him go. Then I turned and went into the main hall like a good participant. Night 3's ceremony was smaller. The circle had gaps where people had been the night before. Elena acknowledged it with a few words about listening to your body and honoring your limits, but I could see the tightness at the corners of her mouth. Every empty mat was a missing variable she couldn't control. The pitcher made its rounds. The brew tasted weaker this time, or my tongue was numb. It still had the dirt and ash bitterness, but it hit my stomach more like a large, unpleasant tea than the heavy stone of Night 2. The visuals followed suit. The walls swelled and sank, but only by a fraction. The lights stretched at the edges, but they didn't smear into trails. I got flashes of home, of work, spreadsheet grids, I-25 at rush hour, my cubicles humming fluorescent tube. But they were hazier, like trying to remember a dream you'd already told someone else, and were now retelling from a watered-down version. What changed wasn't what I saw. It was what I heard, or didn't. The drums were back, pulse steady. A low chant played under the beat, some wordless melody that looped every few minutes. People breathed, sighed, shifted. Buckets made small plastic sounds as they were pulled closer or pushed away. Then, in the middle of a slow chant, the AC stopped. I didn't mean it cycled off. It cut. 1 second, there was that familiar undercurrent of fan and compressor and vent rattle, and the next, there was nothing where it had been. The drums kept going. Only I couldn't hear them anymore, only feel them. They thumped against my chest in soft fist knocks, reverberated in my ribs, but there was no sound attached to them. My ears were full of absence, my body full of impact. The chant went silent too, but I could see Elena's lips moving where she sat at the far side of the circle, humming along with the track. People's breathing, flattened mouths, still opening and closing chests, rising and falling in visible rhythm. But whatever noise they made didn't reach my ears. For 2, maybe 3 seconds, the whole room became a silent film with full-body bass. In that soundless pocket, I heard one thing. A slow exhale from the far corner of the room. Not from the circle. From the back near the wall where the AC vent was, where the stack of folding chairs leaned, where Mark usually sat when he refused to lie down. The breath was long and deliberate, the sound of air moving out of lungs that had more space than they should. It carried the faintest suggestion of wetness, like it was passing over something that wasn't quite human throat. I turned my head, half expecting to see his hooded shape there out of habit. The corner was empty. No Mark, no staff. Just the vent, the chairs, and the outline of Shadow where I'd seen the tall shape lean the night before. The exhale trailed off into the silent air. Then the AC roared back on, louder than before. The drums slammed into my ears mid-beat. The chant popped into existence halfway through a note. People's coughs and sniffles and whispers flooded the space, too loud for a second before they settled back into normal volume. I lay there, heartbeat racing, staring at the corner. If someone had walked back there to clear their throat, I hadn't seen them. If it had been a trick of the medicine, it was a very specific trick. The rest of the ceremony skimmed past without much to catch on. A few people sobbed. One man laughed uncontrollably for a while, then turned it into a song. Someone's bucket saw use near the end. By the time Elena turned the lights up and thanked the medicine for its work, I felt oddly sober. The bruise edge had dulled. My limbs were heavy, but my mind had that wired, peeled feeling of someone who has had too much caffeine and not enough sleep. We shuffled back to the bungalow's bare feet, whispering on the wooden walkway, blankets slung around shoulders like shawls. The wind had settled some, but it still pushed against us in occasional bursts, carrying the smell of dust and something faintly metallic from the desert. Inside Bungalow 3, the window AC whined and rattled like an old car on a steep hill. The mini fridge in the corner kicked on with a sharp click, humming loud enough to make the glass on top vibrate in tiny circles. Claire breathed evenly already out. Ben snored softly, a wet little flutter at the back of his throat. I lay on my back, eyes open in the dark, staring at the faint outline of the ceiling. My phone was in my duffel, zipped up per Desert Gate rules. Airplane mode, screen off, silent. Elena had made a whole speech about digital detox and removing distractions on the first day when she asked us to put them away. Right then, it felt less like detox and more like being separated from the only anchor I had left. I could almost feel the rectangle of it through the fabric of the bag, cool and reassuring, full of outside world news texts, the weather in Denver, the time. I didn't move to get it, partly because of the rules, partly because I wasn't sure I wanted to see what time it was. Knowing whether it was 11:30 or 3:45 wouldn't change the fact that I was lying there waiting for the world to forget noise again. The AC whined, the fridge hummed. Someone in another bungalow laughed too loud, the sound carrying thinly through the walls before cutting off. Then the hush came. This time there was no warning. No gradual fade, no sense of pressure building. One breath, the room was full of small sounds. The next, it was stripped bare. The AC cut mid-whine. The fridge stopped mid-hum. Even Ben's snore froze like somebody had hit pause on his lungs. It was the cleanest version yet. A perfect domed silence that fit exactly over my world and nowhere else. In that silence, a whisper slid in next to my ear. "You don't need them to see me." It was right there, inches away under the skin of the quiet. I didn't feel breath. I didn't feel the dip of the mattress. But the words arrived with the intimacy of someone speaking directly into the shell of my ear, voice threading past bone and straight into my head. For a heartbeat, I thought it was my own thought dressed up in a stranger's voice. Then I realized the sentence had rhythm I wouldn't have given it. A strange emphasis on them, like contempt. The hush held for one more second, making room for the meaning to settle. Then the AC crashed back into sound with a shudder. The fridge jolted into its hum. Ben snorted, coughed, rolled over, and started snoring again. Somewhere outside, a door slammed. I lay very still, every muscle wired, staring into the dark. You don't need them to see me. Them meant what Elena and the staff, the circle, the rules, the waivers, the cameras. I didn't answer, not out loud. I don't know what I would have said if I had. At some point much later, the door to the bungalow opened with a soft scrape. A rectangle of cooler air slipped in from the outside, carrying dust and night. I turned my head. Mark's silhouette stood there in the doorway, backlit by the walkway bulb. He closed the door carefully behind him, the latch clicking with exaggerated gentleness. He waited until my eyes adjusted until he could tell I was awake. Then he padded across the floor, bare feet making almost no sound on the boards, and crouched beside my bed. "Hey, Denver," he whispered. "You up?" "Yeah," I whispered back. My throat felt raw, obviously. He glanced at the other beds, at the slow rise and fall of blankets. "You want to see something?" he asked. "Somewhere without cameras." I knew exactly what he meant. I also knew, with the kind of clarity you only get right before you make a mistake, that there were rules you only think you're breaking once. "Where?" I asked. He smiled in the dark. "Supply room," he said. 4-1, after hours. Walking into the quiet, I could have pretended I was asleep. The bungalow was dark and stale, full of other people's breath. Claire snored in tiny whistling bursts. Ben's snore had settled into a loose, wet rattle. The window AC wheezed and clanked through its cycles, pushing lukewarm air across my face that smelled like dust, old detergent, and the ghosts of everyone who'd ever sweated in that room. Every time the AC kicked off, my entire body tensed, waiting to see if it was just the machine or the world again. I gave up on sleep and slid out of bed as quietly as I could, sheets whispering off my legs. The wood floor under my bare feet was cool, a little gritty. I felt my way to the door, fingers brushing the wall, and eased it open just far enough to slip into the hallway. The air outside the bungalow felt different, cooler, thinner, carrying less of other people's skin. The communal kitchen was at the end of the walkway, a rectangle of weak yellow light spilling out into the dark, like someone had set a soft box lamp on the floor and walked away. Inside, only one ceiling fixture was on, and it was dimmed to the color of old paper. The rest of the retreat seemed asleep. The long tables in the dining area were empty chairs pushed in crookedly. Someone had left a mug upside down on a saucer, a ring of brown coffee stain around it like an outline. The microwave clock over the counter glowed 12:32 in sickly green. The colon between the numbers blinked steady and unbothered. The kitchen smelled like old coffee and industrial dish soap. That particular institutional cleaner tang sat behind everything else the way the AC hum sat behind all the other sounds during the day. A cold coffee carafe next to the machine held half an inch of black liquid that had given up on being drinkable at least 6 hours ago. I stood there watching the green numbers blink, feeling the weight of my own heartbeat in the hollow of my throat. A shadow shifted in the doorway to the dining room. "You can't sleep either," Mark said. He stepped into the pool of yellow light. Hoodie up, hood strings, loose, bare feet. His toenails were blunt and clean, in a way that made the rest of him look more tired by comparison. The skin around his eyes was smudged, like the sleeplessness had started to paint him from the inside. I didn't jump, but only because my body was too tired to coordinate it. "Guess not," I said. He nodded once, like that confirmed something he'd already assumed. "Come on," he said quietly. "We'll do a little. Then you'll see it, and it'll be out of your system." The way he said "see it" was wrong. There was no awe in it, no fear, just the flat certainty of someone talking about a neighbor's dog that always escapes if you leave the gate open. Something that had become part of the landscape, even if it still had teeth. "I don't think that's how this works," I said. My voice sounded thin in the empty room. "You can't just get it out of your system like it's a rash. You came here because your life already feels wrong," he said. "This thing is just giving it a shape. You can either keep catching it in the corner of your eye, or you can look at it full on. Then at least you're not flinching all the time." I thought of the whisper in the bungalow. "You don't need them to see me." He must have seen something shift in my face because his expression softened a fraction. "Look," he said. "You already hear it. It already knows you. The circle isn't going to fix that. The circle just gives you other people to blame when it gets weird." "Elena," I started. "Elena doesn't sleep in your bed," he said. "She doesn't go back to Denver with you. She doesn't wake up in the Safeway aisle because the refrigeration units all just cut off at once. You do." He jerked his head toward the door. "Come on. Before someone decides to make herbal tea and ask us how we're feeling." I should have said no. I should have gone back to my bed, pulled the blanket over my head, and waited for morning and its flimsy sense of safety. Instead, I checked the microwave clock again, 12:32, blinking stubbornly ordinary, and followed him out into the night. The wooden walkway creaked under our weight. Without the daytime chatter and footsteps, each of our steps sounded too loud, a hollow thunk in the boards that seemed to carry farther than it should. Underneath the planks, the night wind found gaps and whistled up through them, thin and high, like distant kettle steam. The wind chime by the main hall was in full nervous breakdown mode. The metal tubes slammed into each other over and over, high, irregular notes clanging out into the dark. It sounded less like music and more like an argument in another room that you're trying not to listen to. Every time one of the tubes hit another, a little shudder went down my spine. We walked past the hall and along the side of the building, heading toward the supply room. The light above its door was off, leaving that corner of the property in a deeper shadow. As we passed directly under the wind chime, it did something I'd never heard it do before. It stopped. 1 second it was clanging full tilt, the next it was frozen mid-swing. I could see the individual tubes moving in the dim light, swaying, knocking into each other, but there was no sound. Not a dull knock, not a muffled clink, just motion without noise. My feet faltered on the boards. Then we took 2 more steps, and the sound came rushing back mid-clang, too loud for a beat, before slipping back into the regular chaotic clatter. Mark didn't comment on it. Either he hadn't noticed, or he'd decided that acknowledging it gave it too much ground. By the time we reached the short path that led off to the supply room, my mouth was dry. The night wind was stronger here, unbroken by the bulk of the main hall. It kicked dust around our ankles and hissed against the cinder block walls like something trying to get in. The supply room door loomed out of the dark, its supply room sign barely visible. The padlock hung from the latch metal, catching the faintest bit of wandering light. Mark pulled a small key from his hoodie pocket, its silhouette brief and black against his palm. "Where'd you get that?" I asked. He slid it into the lock. The dull metallic click sounded loud, like a gun being loaded in a movie. "They're not as careful as they think they are," he said. Mateo left the keys in the laundry room once. People like me notice things like that. The lock came off in his hand. He tucked it into the pocket of his hoodie instead of letting it dangle. Then he twisted the knob and pushed the door open. The fluorescent tube inside hesitated before committing. It buzzed, flickered, went dark, then hummed itself into life with a flat, sour light that made everything look more tired. The room was exactly as I remembered from the afternoon, only more cramped, now that I knew what we'd come for. Mismatched metal shelves climbed the walls, sagging slightly under their own weight. Bleach bottles and jugs of disinfectant lined one labels turned outward in neat rows, Citrus Pine Hospital Clean. Sponges and rags sat in plastic bins, still damp in places, smelling faintly of mold under the chemical. On another shelf, stacks of folded towels made uneven towers. Next to them, rolls of toilet paper and paper towels sat side by side like pale cylinders of normal life. There was a stack of plastic buckets identical to the ones we'd used in ceremony, nested together in a rainbow of stained interiors. The uppermost had a faint ring around the inside where liquid had dried unevenly. On the lowest shelf, within easy reach, were 3 big metal pitchers, their black sides dull in the harsh light. They were the same as the one I'd seen in Elena's hand, the same as the one that had made its rounds around the circle, bringing the brew to our mouths like some altar-safe communion. The concrete floor was cold against my bare feet, a damp chill coming up through the soles. A faint smell of mildew hung around the corner where a mop bucket sat half full of gray water. Mark stepped in first. I followed. He pushed the door closed behind us with his heel. The latch clicked softly. As it latched, the world outside fell away too fast. Normal walls muffle. They soften edges, blur harshness. You still hear the wind, the distant traffic, the hum of a building's guts. This was different. The wind's hiss against the cinder blocks cut off mid-breath. The clatter of the wind chime, already thin through the closed door, vanished like someone had deleted the audio track. The far-off murmur of an AC unit, the subtle vibrations of pipes and vents and other human machinery, all of it dropped out in one smooth, unnatural slide. The silence didn't fall into the room. It rose out of it like the space itself had decided to swallow anything that tried to enter. What was left was the buzz of the fluorescent tube overhead. High, thin, relentless, it crawled along the edges of my hearing, the only thread between me and the idea that sound still existed anywhere. Mark didn't seem to notice the shift. Or if he did, he folded it into whatever version of normal he'd made for himself. He walked to the shelf with the pictures, his shadow stretching long and warped across the floor, bent by the single overhead light. His hand moved to his hoodie pocket, fumbling for something small and glass that clinked once against his keys. I stood just inside the door, listening to the fluorescent hum wrap itself tighter around us, and realized that for the first time since I'd arrived at Desert Gate, the hush hadn't waited for us to be still. It had met us halfway. 4-2. The bottle, the hush, and the wrong eyes. Mark dug into the front pocket of his hoodie like he was reaching for his own heart. His fingers worked around something small and solid, nudging aside keys and whatever else he carried in there. There was that faint clink glass against metal, and then his hand came out holding a dark glass bottle no bigger than the length of his palm. It had a metal screw cap, once silver, now scuffed and dull. Little crescents of the finish were worn off along the ridges where someone had opened and closed it too many times. Around the mouth of the bottle, just under the cap, a faint, sticky ring of residue caught the fluorescent light dried dark, like someone had wiped it half clean with a thumb and given up. From Oregon, he said almost casually, before they cut it for the tourists. He held it between us for a second, letting me really see it like a magician showing there were no strings. The glass was so dark I couldn't see the liquid inside, just a thicker shadow sloshing when he tilted it. Then he put his thumb on the cap and turned. The tiny metallic click as the threads caught and gave was nothing a sound you make a dozen times a day opening soda or vitamins. In that room, it landed like a gunshot. The fluorescent buzz cut out the instant the cap popped free. Not a fade, not a stutter, just gone. The light didn't go off. It still bathed everything in that flat, ugly glow. But the sound that went with it, the thin electric whine that had been gnawing at the edge of my hearing, vanished. Outside, if there had been wind chimes, distant highway hum, I couldn't hear any of it. Even my own breath felt censored. My chest moved, my throat worked, but whatever noise that should have made didn't arrive. For 1, maybe 2 seconds, the room fell into absolute mechanical silence. My heartbeat was the only thing that made it through. It pounded up into my throat, a blunt, choking thud, 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 too loud and too close, as if it had climbed out of my chest to sit behind my tongue. I swallowed. The swallow made no sound. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch back halfway, the fluorescent hum slid back into my ears. Lower this time. Slower. Like a tape being played at the wrong speed. It dragged across the surface of my hearing a lazy, sick-sounding buzz that made my teeth itch. Mark didn't acknowledge the change. Maybe he couldn't hear it. He lifted the bottle to his mouth, tilted his head back, and took a long swallow. His throat worked once, twice, and then he lowered it again, eyes closing for a heartbeat, in something that looked like reverence and relief shoved together. When he opened them, they didn't look at my face. He held the bottle out to me. "Just a sip," he said. "You already know the door. This just opens it a little wider." Elena's voice flashed through my head. "You never ever drink this without someone like me in the room." The fine print on the waiver. Her finger tapping that dense paragraph. I should have walked out. I should have knocked the bottle from his hand, gone straight to her door, and told her everything. Instead, I wrapped my fingers around the glass. It was warmer than I expected, as if it had been in his hand or against his body for a long time. The ridged metal cap dug into my palm where it rested. Even through the dark glass, I could feel the weight of the liquid heavier than it should be for its size. Small, Mark said. "Respectful. You don't need much. It already likes you." I forced a laugh that didn't make it past my teeth. "We're just high, man," I said. "You're gonna feel real stupid when this just gives me heartburn. Look behind you," he said, almost absently. Then tell me that. I didn't. I brought the bottle to my mouth instead. The smell hit first familiar but amplified. Burnt coffee, wet dirt, metal. Only this time there was a sharper edge underneath, like fermented fruit left too long in a warm car. The liquid hit my tongue, thick and bitter, a concentrated version of the retreat brew. If that stuff was like licking the forest floor, this was like swallowing the forest floor mixed with rust and battery acid. It burned my throat on the way down, an immediate angry heat that clawed all the way to my sternum and pooled there, throbbing. My stomach clenched hard enough to make my vision blur for a second. I had to fight the instinct to spit it back up into my hand. I handed the bottle back with shaking fingers. Happy I managed. Mark took it, capped it with quick, practiced motions and slipped it back into his hoodie pocket, patting it once like someone settling a pet. Now it can hear you properly, he said. The light changed. It didn't get brighter or dimmer. It stretched. The fluorescent fixture overhead seemed a foot farther away than it had been a moment before. The corners of the room pulled back, the lines of the shelves angling subtly outward, as if the whole space were inhaling. The buzz of the tube dragged lower still, an ugly, slowed-down version of itself, like an audio file played at half speed. Each flicker of the bulb took longer, leaving shadows a fraction of a second behind when they moved. My skin prickled all over, goosebumps rising, even though the air wasn't cold. Mark's eyes were on me, but not in the way you look at a person. He was staring at my chest, then at my shoulders, then at the space just over my left shoulder, as if something were perched there. His gaze slid past my face like it was unimportant foreground. I knew it picked you, he said. His voice had gone flatter, like someone had gone into the audio settings and removed the highs and lows. All the warmth, the irritability, the dry humor gone. Just a line of sound carrying words. What does that even mean? I said. Mark, we're in a closet drinking concentrated jungle sludge. Of course things feel weird. He didn't blink. You were hearing it before the first ceremony, he said. On the drive. In your apartment. You think this place started it? No. This place just made you notice. It rode down here with you. The room was breathing. I swear it was. The shelves seemed to lean in a little when I inhaled and lean back when I exhaled, like we were sharing lungs. Behind him, one of the metal pitchers on the shelf caught my eye. My focus felt sticky, caught on small details it didn't need. The faint ring of dried something inside the pitcher. A chip in the black coating near the handle. A speck of lint clinging to the rim. Mark broke my stare by moving suddenly. He stepped to the corner where the mop bucket sat. The mop's metal handle leaned against the wall, resting on the edge of a shelf, its black sponge head sunk in the gray water. Hey, I said, some remaining rational part of my brain lurching at the idea of him cleaning in the middle of this. What are you? He grabbed the metal pole near the top and lifted. The handle scraped along the edge of the shelf as it came up, metal on metal, tearing a sound out of the room that felt like it passed through my jawbone. A long, high screech ripped across my hearing. It was the kind of noise that usually gets swallowed by the world, lost in traffic, in voices, in music. Here, in the narrow band of sound, the room was allowing it had nowhere else to go. It stretched out too long, echoing inside my skull, doubling back on itself in a thin, piercing loop. As he lifted the mop fully, the bottom edge of the handle clipped one of the pitchers. The pitcher tipped, wobbled, and fell. It hit the concrete floor with a clang that should have been sharp and brief. Instead, it exploded into the space like a car crash in a parking garage. The impact boomed, then rolled, bouncing from wall to wall, stretching into a ringing that went on and on longer than physics should have allowed. The metal sound filled every corner, shimmered behind my eyes, crawled down my spine. I flinched so hard my knees buckled. My hand flew out, barely catching myself on a shelf. The bottle in my memory, dark, glass, sticky mouth felt like it wanted to leap back up into my throat, bringing everything with it. Jesus, I hissed. Careful. Mark didn't apologize. He hardly seemed to notice the noise at all. His eyes had shifted again, now fixed over my left shoulder, slightly above my height. He raised the mop like a spear. "It's sitting on your back," he said. The words were calm. No drama, no whisper, no horror movie growl. Just a clinical observation, the way someone might say, "You've got a spider on you," or "Your shirt's on inside out." "If I don't get it off now," he went on, "it'll live there." Every muscle in my body went tight. "What are you talking about?" I said. My own voice sounded like it was coming from the far end of a hallway. "There's nothing on me, Mark. You're just..." He took a small step closer, mop handle held at an angle as if he were lining up a shot at something only he could see. His gaze never touched my face. "You can't feel it because it likes you," he said. "That's how it works. It sits where you can't see and eats around the edges. The silence is its jaw." He tilted his head, squinting as if trying to see better through bad glass. "In the hall, it stood along the wall," he said. "In the bungalow, it pushed its face against the room. At the fence, it tested the boards. Now it's decided you're worth the effort. It's got its legs hooked in. You're a good vantage point." He smiled then, a small off-center thing that had nothing to do with humor. "I can still knock it loose," he said, "before it figures out how to stay." The mop handle flickered in my vision, too bright against the dull room, the metal catching the bad fluorescent light. In that moment, with the buzz dragging low and the echo of the pitcher still ringing in my bones, I understood something that hadn't been clear before Mark wasn't talking to me anymore. He was talking about me. Whatever he thought was on my back had replaced me in his head. I wasn't a person standing barefoot on cold concrete in front of him. I was a problem to solve, a host, to purge an obstacle between him and the real work he thought he was doing. And in the narrow, humming silence of the supply room, with the mop raised and the walls breathing, I realized that whatever waited outside the circle wasn't the only thing I needed to be afraid of. 4.3. The exit sign that did not buzz Mark. I said, forcing my voice to stay level, "Put the mop down." He kept staring over my shoulder, eyes following some invisible point along my spine. The mop handle in his hands looked longer in the fluorescent light, a drawn-out silver line with a dirty sponge at the end, like an improvised spear that had forgotten it was supposed to be for cleaning floors. "I'm not kidding," I said. "Look at me. Look at where we are. Nothing. We're at a legal retreat in New Mexico." I went on, words tumbling over each other. "There are waivers, insurance, cameras. If you swing that thing at me, it is not medicine work. It's assault. Elena will call the cops. You'll go to prison, not some spirit world." His jaw flexed once, but his eyes didn't shift. They stayed locked on the air just above my left shoulder. "I'm not trying to hurt you," he said. "I'm trying to keep it from using you. There's a difference." "Listen to yourself," I said. "You're talking like a guy who's about to end up in a news article. Veteran at plant medicine retreat attacks, fellow guest claims he was chasing a demon. You want that headline?" He blinked slowly, like the words had to travel a long way to reach him. "This is why it picked you," he murmured. "You make everything smaller, safer. If you can call it something that fits in a report, it stops being real." I took a step backward, my heel sliding on the cold concrete. My shoulder brushed a metal shelf, making the whole unit tremble. Bottles rattled against each other in a thin chorus. The fluorescent buzz dragged itself around my ears like a dying insect. "Mark," I said, "Elena's 100 feet away." Staff are sleeping right out there. You're not in Iraq. You're in a supply closet with bleach and extra buckets." He shifted his grip on the mop. His knuckles were white. "Noise doesn't mean safety," he said softly. "You of all people should know that by now." Before I could respond, something outside the room made a sound. A floorboard creaked on the walkway, long and complaining the way old wood does when someone puts weight on a spot that already hates them. Both of us froze. Then a woman's voice floated down the hall, muffled by the door, but unmistakable in tone. "Hello," she called, voice thin but sharp-edged. "Mark. You out here for one bright, stupid second I thought we're saved." All it would take was for her to walk over, try the knob, see the light under the door. The mop would turn back into a mop. The bottle in his pocket would become contraband again, not a sacrament. Mark's head tilted toward the sound, just slightly. The mop did not lower. "See," I said, words tripping out fast. "She already knows you're gone. You open this door with that thing in your hand, and she's going to start making calls you can't unmake. Put it down. Say we were just talking. We can still." He moved, not toward me, toward the door. The mop handle stayed gripped in both hands, angled down the sponge end, pointing roughly at my chest as he stepped sideways past the shelves. I shifted at the same time, trying to get between him and the exit, and our shoulders collided in the narrow space. The impact shoved me sideways into the metal shelving. The whole rack shuddered. A stack of plastic buckets nested together near the edge wobbled. Two jumped free. They hit the floor with a double wham that slapped the air in the room. The hard plastic rang against concrete, the sound rebounding off the walls in a hollow echo that felt way too big for what had actually fallen. I flinched so hard my teeth clicked together. "Jesus," I gasped. Outside, the voice came again, closer. "Mark, what are you doing?" Footsteps thudded on the boards, picking up speed. "Too late," I said, breathing fast. She heard that. "You open this and she sees us like this, you're cooked. Put it down." He ignored me. His hand closed around the doorknob. The fluorescent light went out. Not flickered, not dimmed, just off. One moment the room was a harsh box of flat light and metal shadows. The next, it was a solid slab of dark. The only illumination came from a thin frame of green glow around the glass of the exit sign in the hallway outside, seeping under the door and around the edges in a soft, ghostly line. In that dark, the world did its trick again. All sound disappeared. The footsteps that had been running toward us cut mid-syllable. The voice calling Mark's name snipped off mid-breath. The wind that had been hissing against the outer wall went still. Even the background hum that every building has, the subtle, constant vibration of electricity and plumbing and far-off machines, dropped away. It was like someone had pulled a plug on everything but the idea of light. The green of the exit sign didn't buzz. Every exit sign I'd ever noticed in my life had come with a faint electrical hum, a little transformer buzz you only hear when you're standing still in a quiet hallway. This one glowed through the crack under the door, steady, unwavering, completely silent. For 1 or 2 seconds, we existed in a black box lit only by that noiseless strip of safety color. No footsteps, no voice, no wind, no fluorescent whine. Just the awareness of Mark's shape somewhere to my right, and my own heartbeat thudding too loud in my veins. Then, from somewhere deep in the walls, an electrical click sounded. Small, like a breaker being nudged back into place. The fluorescent tube snapped back on overhead, flooding the room with its ugly light and dragging its buzz in behind it. The noise came in wrong at first, slower, lower, like it had to fight through molasses to reach my ears, then settled into its usual high, nagging hum. The wind chime outside started up again, but it sounded like someone had recorded it and was playing it back on a warped tape. The metallic notes were stretched too long, their pitches drooping as they rang. Only after that did the footsteps return. They ran across the wooden boards outside our door in a rush of hurried thuds, catching up to where they should have been. A woman's shout followed, arriving late as if it had been held just off stage for the last few seconds and then released. "What are you doing in there?" The knob in Mark's hand twisted under his grip. The latch gave. The door jerked inward an inch, then another, the green from the exit sign blooming brighter for a moment, before being swallowed by the hallway's softer yellow glow. Adrenaline did what reason hadn't managed. My body moved without asking my brain's permission. I shoved past him, shoulder slamming into his arm hard enough to jar the mop loose for a second. The handle banged against the metal shelf, a dull knock that sounded almost gentle compared to the earlier crashes. The door swung open wider under my weight, and I stumbled out into the hallway, barefoot, blinking against the change in space. Elena was 10 feet away, coming toward us at a half run. She was barefoot, 2 sweatpants, and an oversized t-shirt hanging off her frame hair, pulled back in a messy knot that hadn't existed at the start of the night. Her expression was not the practiced calm of the facilitator greeting guests. It was pure, sharp panic. "What the hell?" she started, then stopped when she saw the mop in Mark's hand and the look on his face. Her gaze flicked to me, scanning for blood injury, anything obviously broken. Her chest rose and fell fast, breath loud in the space that had been empty seconds earlier. Behind her, the row of bungalows stretched away into the dark. Porch lights glowed at intervals, leaving puddles of yellow along the walkway, light shadow, all the way to the far end where the last building sat. In that last pool of light, at the very edge of what I could see, something stood, tall, thin. It was almost flush against the side of the furthest bungalow, body pressed close to the wall, like it was trying to decide whether to be part of it. Its head was too high, brushing the underside of the eave. The light hit it from one side, flattening most of the detail into a long, vertical shape that could have been a trick of shadow if every part of me didn't instantly recognize it. It did not move. It did not sway with the wind. It just stood there, perfectly still, angled in our direction, as if watching the scene at the supply room door, like a show it had been waiting a long time to see. Then someone in a closer bungalow opened their door a crack to see what the yelling was about. The spill of new light from that doorway broke the line of sight for a heartbeat. When I looked back to the end of the row, the last pool of light was empty. The space where it had been standing was just wall and shadow, and the distant, wrong-sounding clatter of the wind chime buzzing exit sign above us, humming as if it had never been silent at all. 5-1, the hallway. The mop handle and the wrong target. The night snapped into too much at once. The hallway outside the supply room felt bizarrely bright after the sour fluorescent box. The light over the door was a harsh yellow, buzzing faintly, and it painted everything in high contrast edges: Elena's bare feet, the mop handle in Mark's hands, my own fingers splayed against the wall where I had caught myself. The brew in my system chose that moment to surge. The concrete under me seemed to tilt, then roll as if the whole building had been set on a slow spin cycle. The air was suddenly thick with sound. Elena's voice, sharp and scared, "Mark, drop it. Now." The wind knifing down the row of bungalows, shoving at the walkway rails, making something flap loudly, flag, tarp, canvas, I couldn't tell. The retreat building itself let out a long, complaining creak, wood and nails shifting under the gusts. It all stacked on top of itself, layer over layer, until it felt like my ears were full of static and teeth. I pushed off the door frame and stumbled fully into the open walkway. The boards were rough under my bare feet, splinters catching at my skin. The air tasted like dust and metal and sage smoke, ground down to its bitter core. Mark stepped out of the supply room behind me, mop still in both hands. The sponge end left a wet trail on the concrete threshold, where it dragged gray water dripping from the filthy head. From my angle, he was backlit by the hallway light, hoodie, dark face shadowed. His eyes, when I caught a glimpse of them, weren't on me. They weren't on Elena either. They were locked on the space just to her left at shoulder height, as if something invisible and tall were leaning over her. "Elena, get back," I said, my voice coming out raw. "Stay where you are?" she snapped, not looking away from Mark. Her whole body was in that tight, forward-leaning stance people get when they're trying to keep their fear from spilling over into panic. One arm was half extended, palm out, the universal stop sign. "Mark," she said, "look at me. You're not in a ceremony. You're not in Oregon. You're at Desert Gate, and you are not holding a tool, you are holding a weapon. Drop it." He swallowed once, throat working. The wind pushed a strand of hair across his forehead. The flapping somewhere nearby got louder, a rapid-fire slap, 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 like a flag trying to tear itself free. "It's on you now," he said quietly. I couldn't tell if he meant me or her. She took a cautious step forward anyway. "You are okay," she said, voice pitched lower, the way she talked to people coming out of ceremony. "There is nothing on him. There is nothing on me. This is just your brain doing what it does when it's scared." "I need you to put the mop down so we can get off her," Mark yelled. He lunged. From where I stood, it didn't look like he was swinging at Elena exactly. His arms didn't track her body. They tracked that same empty patch of air hovering near her shoulder. He swung the mop handle in a wild, two-handed arc, like he was chopping at something clinging to her. "Get off her!" he shouted again. "I can see you now!" Elena jerked sideways faster than I would have expected from someone who'd been half asleep 5 minutes before. The mop handle missed the side of her head by inches. It did not miss everything. The metal pole connected with the walkway railing and the support post in the same motion. The impact made a solid thud reverberate up the wood, followed by a hollow clang as the metal bounced, skittering against the rail. The whole structure shivered. I threw myself toward them on instinct, trying to get between Mark and Elena, or at least to put my hands on the mop and force it down. My shoulder slammed into Mark's side. His elbow snapped back into my ribs hard, whether on purpose or by reflex, I couldn't tell. The already tilting world lurched. The walkway under my feet seemed to drop out like a step I thought was there had vanished. My toes slipped off the edge of the board. For one suspended heartbeat, I was balanced on nothing but air and momentum. Then gravity remembered me. My heels slid, my weight went backward. My hands caught only splinters and empty space. I went over the side. The drop wasn't far, a few feet down to the packed dirt and gravel below, but the angle was bad. My back hit the edge of the lower step on the way down, a sharp, blunt impact that knocked a breath out of me in a bark I didn't fully hear. I landed on the ground on one hip, the shock shuddering up my spine and out through my teeth. The sky above the eaves rolled light smearing into dark and back again. The microwave clock from the kitchen, 12:32, floated across my vision like an afterimage from a different world. Sound went strange, not silent, not the mechanical hush, just wrong. Everything smeared like the audio track had glitched. Elena's shout stretched too long, syllables pulled like chewing gum. The flapping tarp or flag hit my ears, in stuttering bursts, pieces missing. The creak of the building slowed down, then sped up, as if someone was scrubbing back and forth on a recording. Above me, the walkway boards shuddered again. I heard the muffled thump of a body hitting wood, Elena, I thought, or Mark, or both. Something else clattered, a skidding sound, followed by a smaller impact. The world tilted sideways, my vision tunneled, narrowing down to a jagged frame, the underside of the walkway, the edge of the supply room door, the bottom of Elena's bare foot, as she stumbled, the mop handle bouncing once against the railing, its sponge end swinging out over empty air like a pendulum. Somewhere from inside the main hall, a high-pitched alarm beep started. Just a single note, at first piercing and unfamiliar, then another slightly higher. Some sensor tripped by motion where there shouldn't have been any, or by a door open past midnight. The sound cut through the warped audio like a needle through cloth, drawing a thin, bright line of reality through everything else. The wind chime by the hall was still going clattering away, adding its nervous metal chatter to the chaos. On the next gust, it went dead again, mid-swing. I saw the tubes moving in my mind's eye, slamming into each other in total silence, the same way they had when we'd walked past earlier. My body remembered the shape of that absence, even as my hearing fuzzed out around the edges. The alarm beeped again. The second chirp sounded farther away, like it was already happening in hindsight. My head spun. The sky above me wobbled. Black crept in from the edges of my vision, framing the scene like the iris of an old camera closing down. The last thing I heard before it all went soft was Elena's voice, half swallowed by the glitch. "Drop it, Mark." But the consonants ran together, the words blurring into a smear my brain had to reconstruct after the fact. My body tried to push up, but my arms didn't get the message in time. The gravel under my palm shifted. Pain radiated from my spine and hip in slow, delayed waves. Time got slippery. For a moment, maybe a second, maybe 10, I floated in that hot, dusty space between being awake and being gone, where details sharpen and dull at the same time. In that narrow slice, I saw one last clear image. From the ground, looking up through the rectangle of light from the walkway, I saw Mark on his knees. He was in the pool of yellow from the hallway fixture, the rest of the world receding into darker bands around him. One knee was bent, the other at an awkward angle. The mop handle was still in his hand, the metal pole leaning against his shoulder like a flagpole sponge end resting on the boards. His face was tilted upward, not at Elena, not at me, but at something above and beyond us, somewhere up the row of bungalows, or past the eaves, I couldn't tell. He was smiling. Not a grin, not a laugh, not the tense half-smile he used when he made jokes about dosage or Oregon. It was a small, satisfied curve, the look of someone who has just finished a hard job and believes with total conviction that they did the right thing. The alarm beeped once more, long and thin. The flapping stopped. The chime froze. Then the black at the edges of my vision slid together like closing doors, and everything sound sight. The hot sting of the dirt under my cheek dropped away at the same time. 5-2. Hospital lights and the photo. I wake up in a color that hurts. White, not the soft kind. This is hospital white, scrubbed and bleached, until it feels less like a color and more like a punishment. The ceiling above me is a grid of panels, one of them a fluorescent fixture that buzzes just loud enough to make itself known over everything else. Somewhere close to my head, a heart monitor ticks out my existence in tiny green blips. Beep, beep, beep. There's an IV taped into my arm. The tape tugs at the hair on my skin every time I flex my fingers. The catheter line snakes up to a clear bag hanging on a chrome pole at my side, fluid dripping at slow, stubborn intervals. A TV is mounted high in the corner, bolted to the wall in a plastic cradle. It's on mute, cycling through local Santa Fe news traffic cams, showing a line of red taillights on I-25, a weather radar, with green and yellow blobs sliding lazily across a map, a smiling anchor mouthing words I can't hear. The room is a collage of hospital noises. A cart squeaks every few seconds out in the hallway, the wheels complaining against linoleum, then fading, then coming back. An intercom crackles overhead, a woman's voice announcing some code and a room number in a tone that says, "This is routine, nothing to worry about." A phone rings faintly at some nurse's station beyond my door and gets picked up mid-ring. Underneath it all, the fluorescent fixtures buzz and the building's AC breathes in slow, conditioned exhalations. I try to swallow. My throat feels raw, like I've been yelling or breathing sand. "Hey, you with us?" The voice comes from my left. I turn my head too fast. The room tilts, then rights itself in a slow, uncomfortable lag. A man in a tan uniform sits in the chair beside my bed. He has a notepad in one hand and a pen in the other. His boots are dusty, like he walked in from a dirt lot and didn't bother to clean them off. His badge catches a strip of light each time he shifts. There's a St. Michael medallion clipped to his radio on his shoulder, the kind of thing you don't buy for yourself, someone gives it to you and hopes it helps. "Afternoon," he says. "I'm Deputy Morales with the County Sheriff's Office." His voice has that flat, practical cadence of someone who's had to wake people up in hospitals before. Not unkind, not especially gentle either. "You took a spill back at Desert Gate," he says. "Knocked yourself out pretty good." "You remember your name," I tell him. My tongue feels thick, but it comes out. "Good," he says, jotting something down. "Can you walk me through what happened tonight?" His version of tonight is blurred for me. Images jump in the queue, out of order: Mark's mop, the exit sign, the silhouette at the end of the row, the taste of the contraband brew burning my throat. Morales must see something flicker across my face because he leans back a little, gives me a beat. "We've talked to the staff," he says. "We've got one guest in custody for assault. We've got the director saying there was some unsupervised use of plant medicine. Cameras caught part of it, but I need to hear what you remember. Start simple. Who gave what to who, Mark, I say." My voice comes out rough. His name is Mark, from Aurora. Last name I tell him, or try to. It takes a second to dig it up. My brain feels like a filing cabinet someone tipped over. He had his own bottle, I say. Brought it from another retreat. Concentrated brew. Not the stuff they give in the circle. Morales scribbles, nodding. "He gave you some," I hesitate. "Yeah," I say finally. "We were in the supply room. He said if I took a little, I'd see it. See what I stare at the patterned blanket over my legs. Little blue diamonds on off-white. The IV pump clicks once behind my head. He kept saying something was on me, I say. On my back. On people in the circle. Like this thing. He said the medicine made it easier to see. That he'd seen it before. Oregon. Arizona. And you, Morales asks, "Did you see anything?" He's watching me carefully. Not like a friend, not like a shrink. Like someone who has to decide how much of what I say belongs in a report and how much belongs in a conversation later with a county mental health liaison. I could tell him about the hush, the mechanical silence, the way sound peeled away layer by layer until the only things left were the parts that shouldn't be heard. Instead, I say, I heard things. The sound cutting out. Like the world kept muting itself. It started before I ever drank anything. On the drive down in my apartment, it got worse there. He taps the pen against his notepad once. "Okay," he says, "we'll circle back to that. For now, you and this Mark fellow went into the supply room. You drank from his bottle." Then what I tell him, the broad strokes. Mark hearing something on Elena, the mop, the door, the hallway. Elena shouting, the railing, my foot slipping. I don't mention the silhouette at the end of the row. Not yet. Morales listens without interrupting, eyebrows drawn together, jaw set. When I trail off at the point where the world tilted and I hit the dirt, He nods once, like that matches what he's already been told. He reaches into a manila folder on the bedside tray and pulls out a sheet of paper. Security cams on the property don't cover inside that little storage building, he says. No cameras in there, which I'm guessing is why your friend picked it. But the walkway outside. He slides the paper toward me. That we got. It's a printed, still slightly grainy timestamp in the lower right corner. The wide-angle lens has warped the lines of the walkway a bit, making the railings curve in toward the center. The image is washed in the yellow of the exterior lights. In the foreground, I can see the open door of the supply room, a dark rectangle against the cinder block wall. In the middle of the frame on the boards is Mark. He's on his knees, just like in that last sliver of consciousness I remember. One knee down, the other foot braced mop handle in his right hand, resting like a staff against his shoulder. His head is tipped back slightly, mouth curved in that small, satisfied, not smile. To the right, near the railing, Elena is down. One hand is on the boards, bracing herself. The other clutches her upper arm. Her hair is loose around her face, features twisted in a wince that almost looks frozen mid-word. You can't see blood in the still, but the angle of her body says she's hurting. What the still camera doesn't show are the sounds around that moment. What it does show that I hadn't realized is the direction of Mark's gaze. He is not looking at Elena. He is not looking at me. He is staring slightly off-center, up and past the camera, at some fixed point just outside the frame, like someone listening to instructions from a balcony. I stare at the photo until the edges blur. In the corner of the room, the TV glitches. The traffic cam feed stutters, freezing mid-frame. A shot of a dark stretch of highway after sunset, headlights in two neat lines, taillights in red dots, the green overhead sign for some exit I can't read. For a moment, the screen holds that image too long, as if someone pressed pause, then changed their mind. The hospital AC cuts off. The rolling cart squeak outside disappears. The intercom shuts up mid-sentence. The fluorescent buzz flattens into nothing. For almost a second, the room drops into that same unnatural mechanical hush I know too well. No beeps, no voices, no shoes squeaking on linoleum. Just the feel of my own heartbeat punching against the inside of my ribs, counting off the time I'm not hearing. Then the heart monitor beeps again, a little louder than before. The fluorescent lights drag their hum back into my ears. The AC exhales a new breath. The TV jumps to the next segment, a smiling anchor pointing at tomorrow's high temperatures. Morales doesn't react at all. Either he didn't notice the gap, or the world didn't bother to share that one with him. "You okay?" he asks. "Yeah, I lie, just dizzy." He nods, unconvinced but not surprised. He taps the edge of the printed still with one finger. "The director says your buddy kept insisting he was protecting people," Morales says. "Says he told her she couldn't see what was on you, and he could." Sound familiar? "Yeah," I say quietly. Morales leans back in the chair, the vinyl squeaking. "You'd be surprised how often we hear some version of that at these places," he says. "Plant medicine, peyote mushrooms, pick your flavor. Someone takes too much or takes it wrong, decides they're the only one who can see the real danger. Starts swinging at the nearest possessed friend." He flips a page in his folder, eyes scanning. "Last year, he says we had a call from a different retreat, other side of the county. Guy on ayahuasca tried to drag one of the facilitators into a fire pit. Swore the smoke was going to burn the evil out of her. He was absolutely convinced he was saving her life. Broke her wrist instead." He closes the folder softly. "Not saying that's what this is," he adds. "Yet. Just saying the story beats rhyme." I look back down at the photo. Mark on his knees, mop handle in hand, eyes fixed on something the camera can't see. Elena on the board's arm clutched, caught mid-fall. The open mouth of the supply room behind them, a black rectangle that gives away nothing. The heart monitor beeps. The TV cycles to a story about a county fair. Somewhere down the hall, someone laughs too loud, then remembers where they are, and drops it to a murmur. I hear the echo of that whisper from the bungalow. You don't need them to see me. Deputy Morales clears his throat. There's one more piece, he says. We've got your friend in a holding room. He waived his right to shut up. Says he wants us to hear what happened from him while he can still remember the details. He looks at me weighing something. They recorded his statement, he says. We were going to keep it internal. He hesitates, then adds. But given what you've described, I'm thinking it might be useful for you to hear some of it. Might jog things. Might convince you this wasn't anything more than a bad combination of drugs, timing, and someone already on edge. The hush that had just visited the room feels closer again, like it's lingering just outside the door. His confession, I ask. My voice sounds like it belongs to someone else. And the audio that goes with it, Morales says. There's something on that tape I can't explain. Yet. He taps the folder once, like he's trying to convince himself as much as me. I'll be back, he says, standing up. You get some water in you. Try not to pull your IV out. We'll see if hearing him helps you remember, or helps you forget. 5.3, Mark's confession and the audio that should be impossible. They moved me to a different room after the deputy left. Some logistics nurse in purple scrubs and tired eyes unplugged my monitor, unhooked the IV pole from the wall, and rolled my whole bed down a corridor that smelled like bleach and cafeteria food. The wheels squeaked every few seconds, the sound echoing off beige walls with faded posters about hand washing and fall risk. We passed open doors with snapshots of other lives, an old man asleep with a baseball game on. A woman staring at the ceiling, her hand clasped around a rosary, an empty bed being stripped by two nurses who worked in practiced silence. They parked me in a smaller room with no roommate, just a single window showing a dark parking lot and the orange glow of streetlights. A red and white helicopter logo was painted on the side of a distant building. Somewhere above us, a chopper thumped low, then faded. Observation, the nurse said, looping the blood pressure cuff back around my arm. They just want to keep an eye on you overnight. You hit your head, they get nervous. She checked the IV line taped down a new corner where it had started to pull, then paused at the door. Your friend's upstairs, she added, like she was commenting on the weather. Different ward. Sheriffs are with him, Markwine asked. She nodded. Yeah. Big guy. Hoodie. She made a little spinning gesture near her ear. He had a rough detox, kept yelling about something sitting on people's backs. Security wasn't thrilled. She said it like she'd heard worse. Maybe she had. After she left, I listened to the hospital for a while. The AC breathed. The monitor beeped. Someone pushed a medication cart down the hall, its wheels whispering against the waxed floor. An intercom announced visiting hours were over. A distant door clanged shut, then rebounded with a softer click. At some point, I must have drifted. Not sleep exactly, more like hovering just above it, where thoughts are slippery and time misbehaves. When I came back up, the TV in the corner was off a black rectangle now. The clock on the wall said it was after 9. Night, not day. The parking lot lights outside had that extra glare they get after midnight when there are fewer headlights to compete with. Deputy Morales appeared in the doorway, like he had been grown there. He knocked lightly on the frame with his knuckles. You decent, he asked. As decent as I get, I said. My voice sounded a little less shredded. He came in and closed the door halfway, leaving it cracked just enough that the hallway noises still filtered in, a nurse laughing, the cart squeak, a monitor alarm chirping briefly somewhere else. He had the same folder under his arm, plus a small digital recorder and a pair of cheap over-ear headphones hanging around his neck. "How's the head?" he asked, pulling the chair closer. "Feels like someone stored a bowling ball in it," I said. "But I remember my name and the year, so that's a win." He gave a quick half smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Good," he said. "I've got some updates for you." He flipped his folder open, thumbed through a couple of pages. First off, he said, "The director, Elena, she's stable. Fractured collarbone, bad bruising on the shoulder and upper arm, but no internal bleeding. She's going to hurt for a while, but she's alive." A knot I hadn't realized was there loosened a little in my chest. "Good," I said. "As for your buddy, Mark Morales," went on, "we've got him under observation and under guard. He's been Mirandized." He waived his right to silence, asked to explain while it was still fresh. "How much does he remember?" I asked. "More than you might hope," Morales said. "Less than you might like." He glanced at his notes. "He admits to bringing contraband plant medicine onto the property," he said. "Admits to using it and sharing it with you. Admits to entering the supply building without permission, taking a mop handle and swinging it on the walkway. He insists repeatedly that he was rescuing Elena from something that was on her and on you." He looked up at me. "He uses that word," Morales said. "Rescuing, not attacking, not hitting, rescuing. He's very clear on that." "That sounds like him," I said quietly. "Charges are serious," Morales said. "Assault with a deadly weapon, criminal trespass, drug violations. But the DA is going to have to weigh mental state, substance influence, the waivers, your retreat. Folks love to make people sign. It's messy." He closed the folder and set it on the rolling bedside table. "There's something else," he said, tapping the digital recorder with his pen. "I told you we had audio from the main building outside." I nodded, throat tight. "They've got a camera on the front of the hall," he said. "Standard setup video feed, shotgun mic pointed at the courtyard and walkway. Picks up wind voices, whatever. Doesn't sound great, but it's there." He pressed a button on the recorder. A tiny red light winked on. "I had our tech guys pull the segment from tonight," he said. "We'll send the full thing to the lab, but I want you to hear a piece. Maybe it lines up with what you remember. Maybe it doesn't. Either way, I think you're going to find this interesting." He unplugged the headphones from around his neck and plugged them into the recorder, then held them out. I slid them over my ears. The cheap foam cushions scratched the cartilage a little. The room's sounds muffled down to a muffled rumble. "You ready?" he asked. "As I'll ever be," I said. He hit play. First there was wind. Not the soft kind that makes leaves whisper, but the kind that flicks sand at your ankles and pulls at loose fabric. It hissed across the mic, popping in little gusts. Somewhere in the back of the feed, a piece of canvas or tarp flapped a rapid slap, slap, slap that matched the memory in my head. Footsteps came next. Bare feet by the sound of it slapping on wood. Lighter ones, Elena's, I thought, and heavier ones, Mark's, closer to the mic. The boards groaned faintly under their weight. Then voices muffled by distance and poor audio but still distinct in shape. "Elena, Mark, drop it. Now." Mark, louder, closer. "Get off her, Elena. You are okay. There is nothing, Mark. I can see you now. The impact sounds will stay with me." The first strike landed with a deep, resonant thunk as the mop handle hit wood railing post something solid. The mic overloaded for a half second, the sound distorting into a clipped crackle. The second impact, when my shoulder hit him, or when someone else stumbled, I couldn't separate on the recording. It was all layered together, board creaks, bodies colliding, someone's involuntary shout. Then came the sound of me falling, the scuffle of feet, a sliding skid, the dull, blunt hit as I met the dirt and the edge of the lower step. I heard my own voice on the tape, a surprised grunt that didn't sound like it belonged to me. The alarm started its high, thin beep from the main building. In the headphones, it was a piercing tone that cut through wind and chaos. Once, twice, and then everything stopped. I don't mean the recording ended. The timeline on the little display kept inching forward, but all sound dropped out. No wind, no footfalls, no flapping tarp, no alarm, no ambient hiss, no background noise, nothing. It was identical to the hush in the bungalow, to the hush in the supply room, to the hush in the moment the exit sign glowed without buzzing. Only this time, I was hearing it from the outside, played back through a device designed to catch something, even when nothing much was happening. For just under 2 seconds, 1.8, if the timestamp on the recorder was accurate, the audio flatlined. Not in the way a bad connection drops. There was no pop, no crackle, no glitch. Just clean, absolute digital zero. In that gap, sitting in a hospital bed with headphones on, I heard it again. A faint exhale. It came near the end of the silence, soft enough that if I hadn't been leaning into the sound, I might have missed it. It wasn't anyone gasping or shouting or speaking. It wasn't the wind returning. It was a controlled breath out long, low, with a hint of dampness, like air moving over something that wasn't quite lungs. It didn't match the rhythm of Elena's breathing, or mine, or Mark's. It didn't sound like it was near the mic. It sounded like it was close to someone. A person, not the camera. Then abruptly, the alarm beeped again, mid-tone, as if someone had unmuted the world a split second after it started. The wind rushed back in, catching up to itself, flapping the tarp too loud at first. Someone shouted my name, I think, and doors opened farther down the walkway, voices overlapping. Morales hit stop. The hospital room sounded wrong without the feed in my ears, like I'd stepped from one kind of artificial environment into another. The AC sighed. A gurney rattled somewhere outside. My IV pump clicked. He watched me carefully, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. "Thoughts?" he asked. I swallowed. My mouth was dry. "Outdoor camera," I said. "Open air. There should be something. Wind, static, mic hiss." "You don't get a perfect vacuum like that in the middle of a gust." "Exactly," he said. Our tech guy ran it 3 times. Checked the file integrity, the power logs, the mic housing. No glitches, no cuts. The video feed keeps going, no dropped frames. The picture shows you falling, shows the mop, shows Elena. The audio just drops out. He tapped the recorder with one knuckle. He says if he didn't know better, he'd think someone hit mute on the world and kept the timeline rolling. I let my head fall back against the pillow. The vinyl crinkled. "It started before I got there," I said. "Back home. On I-25, in my apartment. Little gaps. Then it got louder. Deeper. Like whatever this is was practicing. He didn't rush to fill the space. You understand," he said eventually, "that from a legal standpoint, what we've got is a man who brought illegal substances to a licensed retreat, got high, and hit his facilitator with a mop handle. That's the story that's going in the report. Not this." "I get it," I said. "You can't write unidentified silence entity assisted in crime." A tiny smile flickered and died on his face. "No," he said. "We cannot." He reached for the recorder, then paused. "But between you and me," he added, "that dead space on the audio, I've been doing this 15 years. I've heard all sorts of bad recordings. Wind shear, clipping, interference, you name it. I've never heard 2 seconds of nothing like that in the middle of a storm." His gaze met mine. "And I've definitely never heard a breath appear in a vacuum," he said. "Sound doesn't work like that." The heart monitor beeped a little too loud, as if to remind us that here at least something was still keeping time. On the other side of the hospital, on some guarded ward, Mark was probably staring at a different white ceiling, telling anyone who would listen that the thing he tried to beat off us was still out there. Up until then, I'd been telling myself it was just my brain and his tangling in the dark trauma chemicals suggestion. Two broken radios picking up the same talk show. Now I had proof that at least once the silence wasn't just in my head. The retreat bungalow, the fence, the supply room, the walkway, the hospital room, the recording. The pattern had followed me, nested itself in every place I tried to describe as safe. It hadn't just made me listen, it had made itself heard. 6.1 Going home does not bring the noise back. People think hospitals are loud until you get back to your normal life and realize how noisy you were living before. Denver welcomed me back with the same shrug it gives everyone. The shuttle from the airport dropped me at my usual stop off Colorado Boulevard, and from there I dragged my duffel the last couple of blocks to my apartment. Head still fuzzy, shoulder aching in that deep, bruised way that feels like a storm forecast. My place sits half a block from I-25, close enough that the highway is basically a second roommate. At first, when I'd moved in years ago, the constant low rumble of traffic had annoyed me. White noise with teeth always there, even at 3 a.m. Eventually, it had turned into background, the sonic wallpaper of my life. The night I got back from New Mexico, stepping into my living room was like walking into a layered soundscape I'd forgotten how to read. The fridge hummed from the kitchen, that familiar, steady vibration. The compressor kicked a little at the start of each cycle, like it was clearing its throat. The neighbor's dog downstairs barked twice at something in the stairwell, sharp, staccato yaps that bounced up through the floor. Somewhere down the hall, the elevator dinged doors, sliding open with a soft hiss, then closing with that rubbery thump. 2 sets of footsteps shuffled past my door, a low conversation about takeout and parking. Farther out, someone on the street revved a motorcycle, the engine noise climbing in an ugly whine before dropping abruptly when they shifted. The highway's constant under-rumble threaded through it all, a sub-bass line you feel more than hear. I stood in the doorway for a second, just listening. I had spent days in the desert trying to convince myself the silence there was a glitch in my head, a side effect of brew and suggestion, and someone else's trauma bleeding into mine. Here in my own cheaply painted, slightly crooked apartment, all my noises were back. The ones I used to complain about, used to roll my eyes at. The ones I had once fantasized about escaping. I dropped my duffel by the couch. It landed with a soft whoomp, zippers rattling. I actually flinched. Back at work the next week, everyone pretended we were too busy to ask questions. I work in logistics, which sounds more important than it is. Our office is bolted onto the side of a warehouse that handles palletized shipments, food electronics, random consumer goods. Nobody thinks about after they click order. The warehouse is not a quiet place. Conveyor belts rattle and hum as they ferry boxes down the line. Forklifts beep in reverse, loud, repetitive chirps, engineered specifically to annoy you into paying attention. Shrink-wrap machines whine as they spin around pallets, plastic crinkling. Overhead speakers crackle to life every few minutes, with someone announcing dock numbers, load statuses, a truck that has to move right now. About once a day, someone drops something heavy, and the whole building reacts with a metallic crash that makes heads pop up over cubicles. In my little gray cube, the fluorescent light above my desk buzzes in an uneven pattern, brighter on Mondays for some reason. The AC vents cough to life during the afternoon and blow dry, lukewarm air straight onto my neck. My computer fan whirs angrily if I have more than 3 spreadsheets open. Most people drown this out with headphones. EDM podcasts, true crime, guided meditations. Pick your poison. I stopped using headphones. Instead, I found myself listening for something very specific, Not the presence of noise, but the shape of its absence. It started small. In the break room, the soda machine gurgled as it dumped syrup and carbonated water into a paper cup. The fridge in there hummed. The microwave spun a leftover burrito, its turntable squeaking once per rotation. 1 second, all those sounds overlapped in a messy chorus. The next, something would step between me and them. They would dip, not quite cut out all the way, just thin, as if the air in front of my ears had shifted density. Then they'd come back in thick and full, the way sound does after you plug your ears and then let go. On the loading dock, a forklift backed up, beeping, and for half a breath, the beeps dropped out entirely, leaving only the cheap pop song playing on someone's Bluetooth speaker. Then the beeps snapped back mid-pattern like someone unmuted them after changing their mind. In meetings, someone's pen would tap on the table, a stress rhythm, and my ears would lose it for a second, even though my eyes could see the pen still moving. None of these were dramatic. They were the kind of moments you'd usually blame on distraction. You looked away. Your mind wandered. You blinked and missed a beat. But I knew better now. At home, sleep went from difficult to tactical. I have a window unit AC in my bedroom. It's old, the kind previous tenants left behind, and it rattles in an uneven rhythm when it runs fan blades ticking against a plastic casing that never sits quite right. Lying in bed, I started tracking its cycle like a storm chaser. On, rattle, whine, the building's pipes groaning quietly in the walls. The distant, constant hiss of the highway. The neighbor's TV bleeding through faintly, some late-night talk show laughter leaking into my room. Off. And there, in that moment, when the AC stopped, but the building hadn't yet realized it, there was sometimes nothing. Not a normal nothing. Not the way the noise dips when you turn one thing off and the others get louder. A sharp, flat absence. For a single terrifying heartbeat, the highway hush, the TV bleed, the pipe groans, everything went smooth and blank. Then the pipes creaked back into awareness. A car door slammed in the parking lot below. Someone in the stairwell laughed, the sound too loud for a second before my brain adjusted. On nights like that, I lay there staring at the hairline crack in the ceiling over my bed, counting breaths, waiting for my own lungs to be taken offline for a test. I jumped at small sounds like I'd been rewired. The ice maker in my freezer cracked the sudden sharp pop of cubes separating, and I nearly dropped a glass once. A car door down in the lot slammed a little too hard, and my body flooded with adrenaline before I knew what I was responding to. A pipe somewhere thumped, expanding or contracting, and I was back under the walkway in my head, watching a mop handle swing down in jerky slow motion. I stopped blaming caffeine. At a certain point, you run out of ordinary explanations that feel honest. The TV became the worst of it. I started leaving it on some nights volume low just to have a reference point. Local channels, national news, late-night reruns of procedural dramas where the cops always solve the case in 43 minutes plus ads. One night, I was on the couch, not even pretending to sleep. My phone sat face down on the coffee table, the lock screen dark. A mug of chamomile tea cooled slowly on a coaster made from some corporate freebie. The TV was tuned to a local station doing a segment on a convenience store robbery somewhere off Federal Boulevard. They had security camera stills up grainy black and white images of a guy in a hoodie and a ball cap frozen mid-reach over the counter. The anchor's voice droned on, describing what viewers should look out for. I wasn't really listening. I was watching the bottom of the screen, where a ticker crawled past with weather alerts and sports scores. Then the picture froze. The anchor's mouth snapped, half-shut eyes mid-blink. The still image behind him, a security camera shot of an empty parking lot under sodium lights held like a photograph. It was almost the same angle as the Desert Gate walkway still. Long line of pavement pools of artificial light, too much shadow between. The sound went with it. The AC in the living room had cycled off a minute before, so all that had been left was the low fuzz of TV noise and the distant muffled argument of a couple in the hallway outside my door neighbors who liked to fight loud and then make up louder. In that moment, everything stopped. The hallway voices cut mid-sentence. The TV static vanished. The apartment building's usual low rumble flattened. Even the distant highway, which I'm pretty sure you can still hear during an apocalypse, went quiet. For 1, maybe 2 seconds, my entire world consisted of a frozen image on a screen and the feel of my pulse in my throat. The neighbor's voice came back mid-word. "Listen to me when I'm talk." The TV jumped forward, the anchor suddenly blinking like nothing had happened. Voice sliding back into its script as if no time had been lost. A stock footage clip of a police cruiser rolled onto the screen lights spinning. The highway hush slipped back under everything, a low, familiar pressure. The fridge in the kitchen clicked into a new cycle. Someone upstairs dropped something heavy and the ceiling thumped. My mug shook in my hand. I hadn't realized I'd picked it up. That was the moment I understood that going home wasn't going to fix this. New Mexico was gone in my rearview mirror. Desert Gate was probably lawyering up, rewriting waivers, scrubbing their website. Mark was in a cell or a psych bed telling anyone who would listen that he had been right. I was back in my one-bedroom off I-25 with my own noises, my own job, my own life. And still, pieces of reality were being cut out around me, clean and precise, like someone with very thin fingers was pinching the world's audio track into silence just to see what I'd do. 6.2. Research rabbit holes and the pattern of silence. If you spend enough nights not sleeping, the internet starts to feel like a place you live in instead of a thing you visit. I stopped counting how many tabs I had open. Browser windows layered over each other on my laptop like shingles. The blue light from the screen painted the inside of my apartment in an unhealthy shade of ghost. The only other light came from the strip under the microwave, a weak rectangle over the stove that made the sink look like a stage in some very small, very tired theater. Outside, I-25 rolled on trucks and cars and whatever else people couldn't leave until morning. Inside my apartment's noises kept doing their routines, fridge cycling pipes, ticking footsteps in the hallway, while my attention floated somewhere between links. First, I searched the obvious Desert Gate Retreats incident, New Mexico. A local paper had a short article. Altercation at wellness retreat, it said, doing verbal gymnastics to avoid mentioning the words drugs and assault in the same sentence as their sponsors' ads for yoga mats and organic groceries. A male attendee allegedly assaulted a staff member with a cleaning implement, it read. Authorities suspect the involvement of unsupervised plant-based substances. Cleaning implement, I muttered. There was a single still photo. The road leading up to the property, the hand-painted Desert Gate sign, a sheriff's SUV parked at an angle. No mention of me by name, no mention of the bottle, no mention of the way the wind went away. From there, the searches got broader, messier. Ayahuasca retreat legal case, Colorado. Plant medicine assault, hallucination demon. Psychedelic retreat, silence before attack. I found cases Morales had probably meant. A place in Arizona where someone had walked into a fire pit. A center in Oregon that had quietly settled after a guest wandered off a trail and broke both legs chasing a vision. And buried in comment sections and message boards places with usernames like Desert Heart and Former Seeker and Never Again. 23. I found fragments that touched a little closer to what I couldn't say out loud. I used to hear the world drop to zero right before my panic attacks, one person wrote on a mental health forum. Like someone turned off the sound for 1 second. and my brain filled in the worst possible thing. Combat Vet here, another posted in a thread about trauma and psychedelics. Sometimes before I flash back, there's this hitch, no noise, even in a crowd. Like the world is taking a breath with me, only it isn't. It's waiting for me to fall. They all had explanations: hypervigilance, dissociation, the brain trying to predict danger based on past patterns, sensory overwhelm turning into sensory blackouts, all valid, all rational. None of them had audio files with holes in them. My inbox pinged around 2 a.m. From Elena, Desert Gate, subject checking. In the body of the email was almost worse than if she'd ignored me. She said she was relieved I was home and on the mend. She was deeply sorry for what I had experienced at the retreat and wanted me to know they were reviewing all protocols. Desert Gate was temporarily closed while they worked with legal counsel and state regulators to ensure the highest safety standards. All of that sat in carefully neutral language, the phrases rounded at the edges like stones in a river. Underneath it, between the lines, I could feel something taut and ugly: fear, guilt, and the brittle edge of self-preservation. I understand if you do not feel comfortable returning to Desert Gate, she wrote. If you wish to discuss integration or support options, I can refer you to professionals unaffiliated with our center. She didn't mention the hush. She didn't mention that she'd stiffened when I brought it up in the kitchen, or that the fluorescent lights had flickered in the supply room while the outside noise cut away. At the end, almost as an afterthought, she wrote, "Whatever you encountered, remember that altered states can make certain internal experiences feel very real. That does not mean they have power over your life now." I read it 3 times, my fingers tightening on the trackpad. Altered states, internal experiences. I thought about playing her the hospital audio. I thought about replying with an attachment of the 2 seconds where the world went blank and something breathed. Instead, I closed the message without answering. If she was already lawyering up, anything I sent her would be filtered through that lens. My experience would become liability, not truth. The next step down the rabbit hole was the waiver. They'd emailed us digital copies before the retreat, PDFs we were supposed to read and sign. At the time, I'd scrolled through on my phone in my kitchen fridge, humming neighbor's TV laugh track, bleeding through the wall, thinking about what snacks to pack for the drive. It was still in my email, buried under shipping notifications and work spam. I opened it on my laptop, zoomed in, and forced myself to read every line. Most of it was what you'd expect. We are not responsible if you slip on a rock. We are not responsible if you have a bad time. We are not responsible if the medicine makes you vomit, cry, relive your childhood, or call your ex. Then, in a dense paragraph midway down, buried between medical disclaimers and legalese, I saw it. The retreat is not responsible for entities' images or sensations encountered in altered states or their lingering psychological impact. I sat back. They had used the word entities, not thoughts, not hallucinations, not perceptions. Entities. Some lawyer had put that in there. Some committee had signed off on it. They'd spelled out the exact thing any sane person would avoid naming if they wanted to keep this firmly in the realm of neurology and not drift into the supernatural. I thought about Mark's bottle, about the way Elena's jaw had clenched when I mentioned the silence, about the way she had looked past me in the hallway that night, just for a second to the end of the row. They knew something, or at least they knew enough to anticipate that people would meet something there, and that some of those people would insist it felt external. Obsession is just focus with a bad PR agent. If I was already half in, I figured I might as well commit. I downloaded a free recording app on my phone. Nothing special, just something that let me capture hours of audio and export it. I set it up on my bedside table screen, dimmed mic pointed at the room. "Let's see you," I said to nobody in particular. I hit record and tried once again to sleep. The next morning, grainy and underslept, I made coffee strong enough to burn a hole through my skull and opened the recording on my laptop. The waveform stretched across the screen in a long, uneven ribbon, little mountains and valleys where sounds had registered. I slid the cursor along and listened in pieces, AC cycling on and off. Cars hissing by on the highway. The occasional siren wailing, Doppler shifting as it passed. My own restless shifting, the rustle of sheets, the creak of the mattress. The neighbor's snore, a pathetic little saw noise through the wall. For the first few hours, it was what you'd expect from a cheap phone mic, too much low-end rumble, not enough clarity. No obvious jumps, no obvious glitches. Then, about 4 hours in, I saw it. A flat section. The waveform, which had been squiggling merrily along, suddenly went perfectly straight for just under 2 seconds. No tiny bumps, no background fuzz, just digital zero. I dragged the cursor back and hit play. Highway hum, neighbor snore, AC whine, pipe tick, silence. My skin tightened all over like someone had drawn a net, soundless but real, just under the surface. There was no tape hiss, no mic noise. Every recording has something, some kind of residual static. This had nothing. It wasn't like the app had stopped and resumed. The timestamp marched forward without a hitch. At the 35 mark of that void, there was a sound. Tiny. If I hadn't had the volume up, I might have missed it. A soft slide like skin shifting against leather. The faint squeak of friction when someone adjusts their weight on a worn couch or moves their shoulder on a vinyl seat. It had a human quality, but close. Too close. Then the fridge hum kicked in loud and oblivious. The neighbor snored again. A car horn honked somewhere outside, distant and annoyed. I replayed that stretch until I had the silence memorized. I stared at the flat line on the screen, at the tiny blip where that skin-on-leather sound sat like a tick on an arm. In New Mexico, I could still pretend it was the brew. In the hospital, I could still tell myself it was a bad mic or a glitch in a security system. Now, sitting at my own kitchen table in my own Denver apartment, coffee going cold, watching my own phone's recording, show me a clean hole punched through the night, that story stopped working. Whatever this was, it didn't care where I was. Retreat, hospital, home. It followed me through webcams and shotgun mics and the speaker on my cheap phone doing the same thing every time, lifting the world's audio track cleanly out for a breath, slipping in a single deliberate sound, then letting everything crash back like nothing had happened. When you see that, once you can call it a coincidence. Twice, maybe a system error. By the third time with your own bedroom as Exhibit C, you have to admit that something else is listening to you listen. 6.3. The other case, and the shape in the pixels. Obsession has a way of shrinking the rest of your life down to tab size. Days at work turned into something I did with my hands while my brain stayed somewhere else. I moved pallets on a screen, sent emails with dock times, and load IDs, nodded through meetings about efficiency metrics. In between, whenever I could get away with it, I went back to searching. One night, I was 3 pages deep into a search for retreat incident fire pit hallucination demon, which is the kind of phrase you really hope never shows up in your employer's browsing logs. That was when I found it. Not a big headline, not a national expose, just an old local article from a small-town paper in Arizona, sandwiched between pieces on a county fair and a zoning dispute. The headline was "Bland Injury at Wellness Retreat Sparks Safety Review." The facts sounded familiar enough to make my mouth go dry. A participant at a plant medicine retreat had walked straight into a ceremonial fire pit during an overnight session. Witnesses said he'd shouted something about releasing a demon from someone else as he stepped into the flames. Facilitators had pulled him out and gotten him to a hospital with burns on his legs and hands. He was later quoted through a lawyer, of course, as saying he had thought he was saving another attendee from something attached to them. The center had issued a statement about unexpected psychological reactions and the importance of supervision. No mention of entities, no mention of silence. At the bottom of the article, there was a grainy, low-res image, the kind that only exists because a local reporter begged for a still from security footage and got the smallest, worst version the retreat's lawyer would allow. It was maybe 320 pixels wide tops. The caption read, "Security still shows the moment before the incident." I clicked on it anyway. The photo popped open in a separate window, slightly larger, but not by much. It showed the edge of a circular fire pit in an outdoor courtyard, flames licking upward, frozen mid-movement in pale gray. The person walking into it, a blurred shape in white clothing, was caught mid-stride, 1 foot in the coals, 1 foot still out, arms half raised. Smoke drifted up in mottled streaks, the camera's low-light setting turning it into static. The important part was not in the center. It was off to the side where the light from the fire faded into shadow. The photo was trash quality, the kind of compressed mess you get when a video is paused, and then screenshotted, and then emailed, and then embedded on a website that resizes everything. Every edge was fuzzy, every shade blocky. But at the far right, where there should have been just the rough line of a stucco wall and a corner of the courtyard, there was something. I leaned in, nose practically touching the laptop screen. It was just a darker vertical band, at first a smear of pixels slightly taller than the others. But the more I stared, the more it resolved into shape tall. Too tall. The top of it was close to the lintel of the wall, higher than any person in frame. The bottom of it blurred into the darker ground, thinner than a person's legs should be, like someone had stretched a shadow up but forgotten to widen it out. The firelight reached just far enough to catch one edge, leaving a faint line of illumination along what might have been a shoulder or a side. The rest of it stayed flat and dark, not reflecting the flame the way the wall did next to it. It could have been a trick of compression. It could have been grain or a glitch or the way camera noise clusters in low light. It also looked exactly like what I had seen at the end of the bungalow row at Desert Gate. A tall, static silhouette pressed close to the boundary of a space people thought was sacred or safe watching. I dragged the image into a cheap photo editor and tried to do what every horror movie tells you not to do. I brightened the contrast, nudged the exposure, sharpened the edges until the flames went harsh and the smoke turned into swirling patterns of digital noise. The tall shape stayed stubbornly there, its outline refusing to dissolve completely. It never became clear enough that I could have taken it to a cop and said, "See," but it never turned into nothing either. I sat back, eyes burning, fingers cramped on the trackpad. In the quiet of my kitchen, the fridge clicked on. Pipes rattled somewhere inside the walls. A car passed on the highway tires, whispering over concrete. In my head, I heard Mark's voice. "It's sitting on your back. You were hearing it before you got here. It decided you're worth the effort." At the hospital, I'd told myself he was broken and that whatever had broken him had spilled over onto me for a while, because I was stupid enough to drink from his bottle. Watching the flatline sections in my own recordings, seeing that smear of impossible height in a fire pit screenshot from 2 states away, I started to wonder if I'd been telling myself the story in reverse. What if the silence wasn't an absence, some failing of my ears, or a glitch in a microphone? What if it was a space something made when it pressed close? Like a face against glass, blocking out everything behind it. like a body pressed along a wall, taking up the band where echoes should live. The reason sound vanished in perfect slices, the reason it left room only for one small, deliberate noise, a breath, a chuckle, a skin-on-leather slide, was not because my perception had dropped. It was because something else had stepped directly between me and the world had nowhere else to go. I started noticing how often my eyes slid to corners, door frames, the ends of hallways, the edge of my bedroom window where the curtain did not quite meet the wall. I caught myself imagining it there, tall and patient, its outline written in absence instead of presence. Paranoia or pattern recognition, it stopped mattering which. The effect was the same. My apartment, already small, began to feel like a mouth that could close at any moment. I lasted another week. On a Tuesday night, after nearly jumping out of my skin because the ice in my water glass cracked too loud, I opened a travel site and searched for motels. Not retreats, not cabins in the woods, not spiritual getaways or places with sanctuary in their names. Just a cheap chain motel near a different stretch of freeway on the far side of town. I told myself the reasons were practical. New environment, new acoustic profile, different noises for my brain to chew on. Maybe whatever was happening would prove tied to that apartment, to those walls, those neighbors, that specific arrangement of pipes and wind and bad luck. If the hush followed me there, at least, I would have learned something. I picked a place off I-70, closer to the industrial parks than the pretty parts of Denver people like to photograph. The pictures showed beige walls, a bedspread patterned like abstract vomit, a desk bolted to the wall, a TV that looked 3 upgrades behind. Perfect. 3 nights starting Friday. Smoke-free, king bed, no pets. The reservation page loaded slowly, then confirmed. A cheery stock photo of a smiling couple with rolling suitcases flashed on the screen, as if anyone had ever arrived at that particular motel with romantic intentions. I closed the tab and sat there with my hands flat on the table, listening to the building breathe around me. The neighbor's dog barked once. A car alarm chirped as someone locked their sedan. Far off on the highway, a truck engine downshifted, growling low. Nothing dropped out. Nothing cut away. I let myself exhale. Before bed, I did one last scan of my inbox. Old habit. Shipping notices, company memos, a spam offer for a credit card I would never qualify for. Then I saw it. From Desert Star Motor Lodge, Santa Rosa, NM, subject reminder. We look forward to your quiet stay for a second. My brain refused to process the words like they were in a language I hadn't seen since high school. Desert Star. It was the little motel I'd booked months ago for the drive down to Desert Gate, the halfway stop I ended up canceling when I decided to power straight through instead. I had forgotten to unsubscribe from whatever automated system handled their marketing. I clicked it without meaning to. The email opened with a big, friendly banner. Welcome back in blue letters over a photo of a room with wood laminate floors and a bedspread identical to the one in the I-70 motel pictures. Dear guest, it read. We noticed you recently canceled a reservation with us. This is a friendly reminder that our doors are always open, and we look forward to hosting you for a quiet stay whenever your travels bring you through Santa Rosa again. That word quiet might as well have been written in blood. My body reacted before my thoughts did. My stomach lurched hot and sour. My hands went cold. For a split second, the fridge, the highway, the distant TV, and someone else's unit, every noise I'd been using as proof that the world was still running, blinked out. The AC clicked, the building settled, and the noise washed back in perfectly on beat. The email sat open on the screen, polite and harmless, and completely wrong like a postcard from a place where my life had split sideways. It was just marketing. It was just a motel trying to fill a room on a road most people blast past at 80 miles an hour. It still made me feel physically sick, like I just accidentally picked up a phone call from a number I'd blocked for a reason. "We look forward to your quiet stay." Somewhere between my laptop and that lobby in New Mexico, a system had decided those were the right words for me. The longer I stared at them, the more I had the feeling that whatever waited in the gaps had decided the same. 7.1. Motel by the freeway. The motel I finally picked was the kind of place you choose when your only real requirement is not home. It sat just off I-25 south of Denver, wedged between a truck stop and a half-abandoned strip mall whose biggest tenants were a payday loan place and a family buffet with more weeds than cars in the lot. The vacancy sign out front buzzed in sickly pink neon, one segment of the V flickering like it was already halfway out the door. The sign threw a jittery glow over the cracked asphalt, catching the broken glass in the curb like tiny indifferent stars. I parked under a crooked light pole that made a high, faint whine whenever the wind hit it just right. The air smelled like hot rubber old fry oil from somewhere, and that metallic tang you get near busy roads after dark. Near the stairwell, an ice machine groaned steadily, like it resented every cube it produced. It wheezed, clanked, then fell into a sleepy rumble. Beside it, a vending machine hummed its compressor, making the metal cabinet vibrate. Behind the scratched plexiglass rows of dusty chips and candy bars leaned at odd angles, as if they'd given up ever being chosen. The lobby was a rectangle of yellow light and beige everything. Beige walls, beige tile, beige front desk. The woman behind the counter wore a polo shirt with the motel logo stitched over her heart and had the glazed look of someone on the far side of a long shift. A small TV on a shelf behind her played local news with the volume too low to really follow, just fragments of anchors' mouths, moving weather maps flashing. "Reservation?" she asked, monotone. I told her my name. She typed it slowly with 2 fingers, the keyboard clacking a little too loud in the quiet of the lobby. 3 nights, she confirmed, eyes on the screen. Yeah. Non-smoking king bed, 2nd floor. She slid a keycard across the counter attached to a plastic fob stamped with 212 in faded gold numbers. "Stairs are to your left. Ice machine by the landing. Breakfast in the lobby, 6 to 9. Waffles if the machine's working." I nodded like any of that mattered. The stairwell smelled faintly of chlorine and dust, like someone had mopped once with pool water, and then decided that was good enough forever. Each step groaned just enough to mark my progress. As I reached the landing, the ice machine shuddered and spat out a new batch. A rush of hollow cubes tumbling into the bin with a loose, rattling crash. Outside the 2nd floor rooms, the walkway was a narrow strip of concrete metal railing on one side, doors lined up on the other. The freeway roared just beyond the property fence, a constant sweep of noise that rose and fell as trucks passed brakes, hissing tires, humming. Room 212's door had seen better paint jobs. The beige coating was chipped around the edges, exposing older layers in slightly different shades. The brass numbers 212 were screwed on just crooked enough that once you noticed, you couldn't unsee it. I slid the keycard. The lock beeped once and clicked. The room smelled like every budget motel room, a mix of industrial cleaner, old carpet, and that faint, sour trace of previous guests' lives that never quite washes out. The overhead light was a dim dome near the entry. The main illumination came from a lamp bolted to the wall between the 2 beds. The bedspread was patterned in a busy abstract design, blocks of maroon, green, and beige swirling together, like someone had tried to camouflage stains with geometry. Heavy curtains covered the window, the kind with vinyl backing that makes a sound like ripping tape if you pull them too fast. Behind them, the window was sealed shut, the kind of unit that once opened but didn't anymore. Under the window, humming in a constant, determined roar, was the wall AC unit. The plastic front was yellowed, its vents slightly bent. A dial labeled "Cool Off Heat" had been set firmly to cool, and then chipped as if someone had tried to turn it past its limits once, and the machine had won. An old LCD TV was mounted high in the corner on a swivel bracket angled down at the bed. Its screen was already on, showing a local news anchor talking about something, the sound turned up, just enough to catch the cadence, but not the words. A strip of blue with headlines crawled along the bottom. Ambient noise soaked the room in layers. The AC blasted air with a steady, throaty whoosh. Beneath it, the freeway poured past in waves, the whoosh of cars, blending into a low, endless rush. Every so often, a semi hit its air brakes, and the hiss cut through the background like someone ripping fabric. Above me, in what I guessed was room 312, someone walked back and forth with slow, heavy steps. A suitcase rolled once, wheels thumping over uneven boards. Somewhere a door latch clicked, then another. It should have been overwhelming. Instead, the sound felt thin, like wallpaper that could be peeled off with one tug. I set my duffel on the nearer bed, then dragged the motel's single chair, a wobbly thing with a padded seat and a stain pattern that matched the bedspread, over to the little desk, bolted to the wall. The desk had a lamp with a yellowed shade, a phone with missing numbers, and a laminated card listing emergency exits and checkout times. I opened my laptop. The fan whirred to life, adding another layer to the room's mechanical choir. For a second, I let the TV talk in the background. The anchor's voice rose and fell, delivering bad news in the practiced neutral cadence people use when they read tragedies for a living. The AC pushed another breath into the room. A truck passed outside, a low boom of tires over an expansion joint. Then I found the remote on the nightstand and thumbed the volume down to 0. The anchor's mouth kept moving. The world inside the screen stayed busy. The motel room got quieter, but not enough to be uncomfortable. Freeway noise, AC, distant footsteps still there. I opened a blank document. The cursor blinked in the top left corner, a tiny metronome. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do you call this? A statement, a confession, a warning? I thought about Morales and his folder, about Elena's tight jaw in the kitchen, about Mark on his knees, mop handle in hand, smiling up at something the camera couldn't see. I thought about all the people who would tell me to let it go, to move on, to chalk it up as trauma and chemicals and bad choices. The police already had my official story, the neat, cleaned-up version about unauthorized substances, poor judgment, and an assault with a cleaning implement. I wasn't writing for them. I typed, "I'm not sending this to the police. They already have the version of this that fits into a report. I'm sending it to you because I need someone to hear what doesn't fit anywhere." Words came easier after that. I wrote about Denver, about the cubicle and the warehouse, the late-night drive down I-25 with the radio off, and the first time the world pulled its sound away. I wrote about Desert Gate, the bungalows, the main hall, the first ceremony. The hush in the bungalow when the AC and fridge and highway all cut out like someone had hit mute on the building. I wrote about Mark's bottle in the supply room, the fluorescent buzz dying at the exact moment the cap clicked free. About the mop handle, the exit sign that glowed without humming, the 2 seconds of black hallway where everything stopped. I wrote about the hospital, the audio recording with the blank hole and the breath that shouldn't have existed. About the flat line on my phone's sleep recording the tiny sound at the end of it, like skin sliding off old upholstery. Every few sentences I stopped and listened, expecting the room to do its trick. The AC roared. The freeway hissed. Someone upstairs flushed a toilet. Nothing cut out. For once, that almost disappointed me. After a while, the flicker of the news visuals on the TV started to feel distracting, even with the sound off. Crash footage, weather maps, anchors' faces, all of it moving at the corner of my eye. I picked up the remote again and hit the power button. The screen went black. For a second, the glossy rectangle held a vague ghost of the last image, a highway at night, then faded to full reflection. Instead of the world, it gave me the room. The reflection was dim, slightly warped by the angle and the cheap panel, but I could see enough my own hunched shape at the desk, shoulders tight. The two beds, one with my bag, one untouched. The curtains drawn heavy over the window. The pale rectangle of the door with its safety latch engaged. In the TV's dark glass, the room looked a shade darker than it really was, like the reflection had lost a layer of light on its way back. The corners pooled in shadow faster. The air seemed thicker, heavier. I turned my head and glanced over my shoulder. The actual room looked normal. Ugly, sure, but normal. Same cheap furniture, same curtains, same beige walls. The lamp on the desk pushed out a soft pool of light reaching farther than it seemed to in the TV. I looked back at the reflection. My outline was there, shoulders curled, fingers on keys. The lamp's glow showed as a dull blob. The beds sat behind me like low, shapeless humps. Near the door in the corner by the hinge where the wall met the floor, the shadow seemed wrong. Not bigger exactly, just thicker. A patch of dark that held still while the rest of the room wavered slightly with my breathing and the AC's vibration. I blinked, leaned closer, laptop keys pressing into my wrists. The patch didn't move. It didn't sharpen into anything recognizable, but it didn't dissolve back into random shadow either. It sat there stubbornly vertical, like a pillar of opacity, where there should have been just faded carpet and chipped baseboard. I turned again, faster this time, eyes on that corner. Nothing. Just the door, its paint scuffed near the bottom. The metal latch flipped into place. The carpet worn thin in a path where countless feet had swung it open and closed. The corner looked exactly like every motel corner I'd ever seen, just enough darkness to suggest something could crawl out of it in a different kind of story. I turned back to the TV. In the reflection, the darkness by the door hadn't changed at all. If anything, the boundaries of it looked clearer now, like my attention had drawn an outline, tall, narrow, pressed right up along the wall, occupying the strip of space where a person might stand if they were trying not to breathe too loud. Behind me, I felt the AC push another steady breath of cold air into the room. In the glass, for just a heartbeat, the room seemed to hold its own breath in response. 7.2. Writing against the silence. At some point, the story stopped feeling like a story and started feeling like a race. I kept typing anyway. The motel chair creaked every time I shifted its loose bolts, complaining under my weight. The wall AC unit roared and rattled in front of me, air blasting cold against my shins. The hallway light outside my door had a faint, unstable buzz that filtered in around the frame between footsteps and muffled voices. Under all of that, the freeway never shut up. Cars whooshed past in high, hissing waves. Every now and then, a semi bled through the rest of the noise-low engine grumble, then the sharp hiss of air brakes as it took an exit. The ice machine by the stairwell gave off a constant metal hum, the kind that feels like it's vibrating your teeth if you pay too much attention. I looked away from the TV's black reflection and back at the laptop screen. The cursor blinked at the end of a sentence about the fire pit in Arizona waiting to be fed. I started typing about the email from Desert Star about the quiet stay and how that phrase hit harder than anything in Morales's folder. I wrote about the way my stomach had turned when the room stopped for a heartbeat, and then pretended it hadn't. If you've made it this far, you already know what I'm putting down. This is the part where everything you've just read is being hammered out in room 212 in real time. My fingers stuttering over keys, trying to get ahead of something I don't understand. The sound in the room became a kind of timing device. AC drone steady. Hallway buzz uneven like a nervous habit. Footsteps outside, syncopated taps on concrete. Ice machine undercurrent growl, occasionally clicking louder as it cycled. I typed through it the way you talk over a TV in a bar when you're trying to tell someone something important. At some point, I noticed my hands had started to shake. Not badly, just enough that the keys clicked a little harder than they should. The cheap plastic flexed under my fingers. I told myself it was caffeine, or lack of sleep, or the fact that once you start admitting to yourself that the world sometimes goes quiet around you in very specific ways, it's hard not to flinch at every normal pause. I was in the middle of a line. It's not random. It never was. The silence shows up like someone clearing a table before they lay something down when it happened. This time I felt it start in the air, not in my ears. The AC fan blades were mid-whir, a constant white roar in my peripheral hearing, and then they froze. Not slowed, froze. The sound cut mid-note like a track paused too cleanly. The freeway, which I had been half tuning out for the last hour, vanished. No whoosh, no tire hiss. If I hadn't known a 6-lane river of cars was out there, I would have sworn the world ended just past the motel's chain-link fence. The hallway buzz disappeared. The tiny electrical whine from the light outside my door, the one that had been filling in all the gaps, flattened into nothing. My fingers stopped moving on the keys. The cursor kept blinking. I became aware of my own heartbeat in a way that was almost obscene. It pounded in my ears, in my throat, in the soft space under my jaw. Each thud sounded enormous, like someone knocking from inside my chest. My breathing turned loud, then quiet, then wrong. Inhale. Exhale. The air felt thick, heavy, like I was pulling it through someone else's hand. I didn't hear anyone in the room above me. No footsteps in 312. No TV through the wall. No toilet flush down the line. For a moment, the only moving thing in the world might as well have been the blinking line on my laptop screen. Somewhere inside the motel's bones, I heard a faint tick. Not the steady clicking of a cooling pipe, or the random snap of cheap drywall settling. It was short, deliberate, like the sound a fingernail makes when it taps once against glass to get your attention, and then waits. I sat perfectly still, staring at the screen. If you've never heard everything stop at once, it's hard to explain how much you lean on the constant background hiss of existence, how much your brain needs the static. I wanted to turn around. I wanted to see if the corner by the door looked like it did in the TV reflection. Tall. Wrong. Full of something that didn't reflect light the way the walls did. I didn't move. The silence stretched. 1 second, 2, 3, long enough for the hairs on my arms to lift, long enough for my shoulders to start that helpless, instinctive inching upward, trying to get away from the air itself. Then the ice machine detonated. A violent, stuttering roar tore through the wall as the compressor kicked, and a cascade of cubes crashed into the bin. Hollow plastic and brittle ice slammed and bounced and piled up loud enough that I gasped out loud. My body reacted before my brain caught up. The chair shot backward with a screech, its legs catching on the cheap carpet. I almost tipped over. One hand flew to the desk, the other to my chest, as if that would help hold my heart in where it belonged. The rest of the world came back in layers like someone had been holding a fader down and finally let it up too fast. The AC roared to life again, the blades spinning so hard the housing rattled. On the other side of the wall, the TV in 214 went from nothing to full volume, someone clearly having decided they needed background noise just then. A laughter track burst through the thin drywall, high and tinny and wrong in the wake of the hush. Cars on the freeway resumed their endless commute. The whoosh of tires sliding back under everything else. A semi hit its air brakes not far away, the hiss rising sharp and unnecessary. Someone walked down the hallway, their shoes squeaking once on the concrete outside my door. A door latch clicked. Somewhere, a toilet flushed. The motel had apparently decided that if it was going to pretend nothing had happened, it was going to overdo it. I sat there, chest heaving, the chair now at a slight angle from the desk. My laptop screen looked farther away than it was, the text too bright. This is where I should probably tell you I calmed down by reminding myself it was all in my head. That I recognized it as a symptom, an echo of trauma, a brain glitch, a misfiring of nerves left over from New Mexico. Instead, I put my hands back on the keys and did the only thing that still felt remotely like control. I wrote directly into the thing I was trying not to think about. I told you right there in the document that the silence isn't random. I told you it's never just nothing in the way people mean when they say, oh, it was probably nothing. When the hush comes, it comes with intent. The gaps are too precise. The timing is too clean. It shows up right before something else does. Mark's voice, the mop, the breath on the audio, the skin on leather sound on my phone recording. It doesn't feel like my senses failing. It feels like clearance, like something needs the whole world to hold its breath so it can get closer without static getting in the way. You know that thing sound techs do before a performance where they clear the line, cut all the mics, reset levels, then bring the main up, so whatever's about to hit the stage comes through crisp. That's what it feels like I am the stage. And whatever uses the hush is checking the levels before it steps into frame. I typed that too, hands moving faster now, as if saying it out loud to someone anyone might pin it down, make it less slippery. Outside, a motorcycle screamed past the motel, the engine noise long and angry. Upstairs, someone dropped something heavy. The ceiling thumped. The laugh track from the TV next door flared, then cut to a commercial at a slightly too high volume. Even with all that, I couldn't shake the feeling that the hush we just had been longer than the others. In the bungalow, it had been a second, maybe two. In the supply room, it had been long enough for me to notice to be afraid, and then it was gone. The hospital blip had been a hiccup between breaths. This one in 212 had been 3 seconds at least, maybe 4, long enough for my brain to count. Long enough for me to wonder how far a person, or something shaped just enough like a person to use the same dimensions, could move in absolute silence if the air itself refused to carry sound. From the door to the back of my chair is what, 8 feet 10. In 3 or 4 seconds, even moving slowly, you can cross that distance. You can step in behind someone hunched over a keyboard close enough to read what they're writing. Close enough that if you breathed in, a piece of their hair might move. I did not turn around. You can call that cowardice or common sense. Pick whichever makes you feel safer. Instead, I kept typing, because as long as the keys were clicking, and the AC was roaring, and the ice machine was grumbling, and the freeway was moaning beyond the wall, I could at least pretend that I was adding one more thin layer of noise between myself and whatever is teaching the world how to be quiet on command. 7-3. The last laugh outside the door. By the time I realized how close I was to the end, the cheap digital clock on the nightstand had crept into that ugly, dangerous hour where nothing good happens. 3:47 a.m. Red numbers glowed against the dark, reflected faintly in the thin plastic of the alarm clock's casing. The colon between the 3 and the 4 blinked steadily, like a second heartbeat for the room. The desk lamp beside my laptop threw a small cone of yellow light across the chipped surface of the table and over my hands. The rest of the room fell off into softer shadows. The bathroom door stood half open, its light still on from when I'd splashed water on my face an hour ago. A pale rectangle of brightness spilled out onto the carpet, stopping just shy of the foot of the bed like it had been taped there. The AC in the wall unit growled on full blast air, hitting my shins so hard they almost ached from the cold. Outside, the freeway hissed and roared in waves, trucks dragging their loads through the dark tires, humming over seams in the concrete. Overhead, whoever was in 312 had finally settled. The footsteps had stopped, replaced by a low, intermittent creak as the bed frame there shifted under the weight of someone tossing in their sleep. I could hear the ice machine by the stairwell humming away, metal casing vibrating in its own little misery. Every few minutes, it let out a belabored wheeze, then a quieter grinding sound as it did its job. All of it stacked into a soundtrack I hadn't appreciated until this year, the sound of a perfectly ordinary night. On the laptop screen, my email draft to the horror channel had grown into a wall of text that would probably make any normal person click away. I was down to the last paragraph, the part where you're supposed to stick the landing. My fingers hovered above the keys for a moment. In the black TV screen across the room, my reflection sat hunched at the desk, shoulders up, head bowed, a thin figure in motel lighting that could have been anyone. The corner by the door behind my reflected self was darker than the rest, but I tried not to look too hard at that. I dropped my eyes back to the cursor and started typing again. I wrote directly to you, the you who would be listening to this in your car, or at your kitchen table, or in bed with one earbud in while you pretended you were going to fall asleep to something just for background. I told you I knew how this sounded. I told you that if I heard this on a channel like the one I was sending it to a year ago, I would have rolled my eyes and tapped to the next story about something simpler, an intruder in the attic, a voice on a baby monitor, a face in a window. I told you I used to think danger came with footsteps and shouting and doors breaking off hinges, with things you could point a camera at and say there. My fingers found a rhythm, plastic keys clicking in uneven bursts. The AC's roar sat under it all, a low, constant river. The hallway light buzzed faintly, a mosquito of sound outside the door. Somewhere a car downshifted on the freeway engine, grumbling. I was halfway through a sentence. So if you ever feel that moment where everything you've learned to live under suddenly drops out when the room emptied, the AC cut off mid-breath. One moment, cold air was blasting out of the wall unit fan blades, chopping it into a steady gale. The next, the sound and the push of it stopped in the same instant, like someone had yanked the plug straight out of the universe, not the socket. The freeway vanished. Not faded, not dipped. Vanished. No tire hiss, no distant rumble. The constant low-pressure presence of hundreds of moving vehicles disappeared, as if someone had turned off a recording of traffic, revealing that the real world had been quiet all along. Above me, the bed in 312 fell still. Whatever creaks it had been making, I realized had synced up with my sense of time so completely that their absence made my skin prickle. The hallway buzz outside my door went dead. The mosquito whine cut off in the middle of a vibration, leaving my ears straining forward into nothing. My fingers froze on the keyboard, the last letter I'd typed hanging there, half of a word stranded. The cursor kept blinking. The silence wasn't just empty, it had weight. It pressed on my eardrums the way airplane cabins do when you climb too fast. A subtle, insistent pressure from the inside and the outside at the same time, like something was gently pinching shut the tiny tubes that equalize the world for you. In that thick quiet, I became aware of the microscopic sounds that are usually drowned, the tiny scritch of my knuckles brushing the spacebar, the faint rasp of my sleeve as it shifted against my wrist. I could hear my own tongue move against the roof of my mouth when I swallowed. Nothing else. No hum, no hiss, no background. The bathroom light still spilled its rectangle onto the carpet, but it did it in total mute. The desk lamp still glowed against the pages of my story, but even the electrical buzz in its base had disappeared. The colon on the nightstand clock blinked, blinked, blinked. Something touched the metal on the other side of my door. The sound was small, almost polite, a faint clink, as the handle of room 212 turned a few millimeters, just enough to shift against the latch. The metal scraped softly like someone testing resistance with 2 fingers, and only a fraction of their strength. The latch flexed with a dull internal click, but it did not release. The door did not swing open. Whoever, whatever was on the other side wasn't trying to come in. It was checking. In the swollen, unnatural silence, that tiny movement of metal might as well have been a scream. I stared at the door, breath on pause hands lifted off the keyboard without remembering moving them. The Do Not Disturb sign I'd hung earlier that night dangled from the outside knob. I couldn't see it from my side, but I could picture it, the flimsy plastic tag with its red letters swinging gently. The handle stopped moving. There was a fractional pause, as if something out there were listening as closely as I was. Then I heard it. Not loud, not theatrical. A suppressed laugh right outside the door. Not a cackle or a full exhale of amusement. Just the sound a person makes when something strikes them as funny and they try not to let it out. The quick, sharp inhale through the nose, the hitch in the middle, the tiniest suggestion of a grin curling the edges of it. I had heard that exact half-laugh before, in the supply room when Mark unscrewed the cap and told me I know what I'm doing. That same shape of sound, that small, private, almost laugh, now coming from just on the other side of the thin motel door that separated my rented room from the exterior walkway. By the time my body remembered how to breathe, the world decided it was done holding its breath. The AC unit exploded back to life, with a roar fan slamming air out into the room so suddenly it fluttered the papers on the desk. The freeway surged in trucks, groaning cars, hissing the entire river of traffic snapping back into existence mid-current. Somewhere down the hall, a door opened and then slammed shut, the impact ringing briefly along the walkway and through the wall behind my head. The Do Not Disturb sign tapped once against my door with a tiny plastic talk, as if finishing the movement that had started in the silence a moment earlier. In the room next door, a TV blared to life. Someone must have rolled over onto their remote or come back late from whatever kept them out. A braying sitcom laugh track punched through the drywall, high and artificial, almost perfectly out of sync with the muffled dialogue. My hands found the keyboard again. I finished the sentence I'd left hanging and kept going, typing directly into the space the laugh had just vacated. I told you that if you've ever had a moment in your kitchen or your car or in line at a gas station where all the drones and hums and far-off noises drop out at once, if the refrigerator stops, the traffic dips, the store music vanishes, and the only thing you can hear is the inside of your own head, you should not assume it's just you. I told you I can't tell you what it is or where it came from or what it wants. I can only tell you that it does not live in the desert. Mark might have first seen it there or back in Oregon or in some half-remembered patrol road in Iraq. But watching my own life get carved into little pockets of dead air has convinced me that whatever he was swinging at that night did not stay behind. The brew might have opened me up to notice it. The retreat might have given it a foothold. But I don't think it belongs to any one place. I think it travels along the cracks in people's heads after those heads have been opened too wide. It moves where the noise is looking for places where it can press in and make everything else stop so it can listen. It likes thresholds, hallways, bungalow walls, hospital rooms, motel doors at 3:47 a.m. You can call it trauma. You can call it a brain glitch, a shared hallucination, a story I built to make sense of the fact that sometimes the world forgets how to sound. Maybe that's safer. I'm not going to tell you to be afraid of every quiet moment in your life. That would be pointless and cruel. I'm going to tell you that if you're alone in your house or your car or your motel room and all at once the background drops to nothing, if the fridge cuts and the AC pauses and the road outside falls silent like someone hit a cosmic mute button, listen very carefully in that gap. If you hear absolutely nothing, maybe you got lucky. Maybe it blinked and missed you. If you hear anything, a breath that does not belong to you, a fingernail tick against a wall, the faint sound of someone trying not to laugh, remember this email. Remember that a man sitting in room 212 off I-25 tried to warn you while the world was still loud enough to carry his voice. I am going to leave the laptop open and the volume turned up. If it wants silence again, it's going to have to fight the noise. If you hear about a guy in a motel who stopped answering his emails after the power flickered, this is probably the last thing I wrote while the world was still loud enough to hear me. What happens after I hit send doesn't show up on any recording I know of. There is no scream queued up, no grainy final frame. There is just you, wherever you are right now, listening to the hum around you and wondering for the first time whether the next small hush in your own house is just a quirk of old wiring or something tall, already practicing how close it can get in 3 seconds of perfect borrowed quiet.